right, we are on YouTube.
Welcome, everybody. We are going to start our study session for the Burlingame City Council on February 1st, 2029 or 21. We are going to have our city clerk just go over the instructions for you this evening. It's a little bit different. We have now chosen a different route in regards to our Zoom meetings, so we are utilizing the webinar. So Megan will kind of use the next few minutes just to explain how to use Zoom in this format.
Yeah, hi everyone. My internet's a little rough, so if I look wonky as I'm talking, I apologize. But we are on webinar now, so there's a couple ways for you to still participate in this meeting. So you can still raise your hand, which lets me know you want to speak at the appropriate time. You can also Zoom chat me still, but a fair warning, Zoom chat is no longer just between you and me, it's between you, me, and all these faces you see on your screen. So all the panelists will get to see what you state, so it's not anonymous. But you can also use public comment at burlingame.org. And that's it.
Great. Okay. Why don't we start with our presentation? Mr. Mitchell.
I'm going to do a couple words
You can do it, Megan.
To Paul. So I just wanted to give everyone first a quick reminder of what brings us here tonight to this public hearing. So a brief background before I hand it over to Paul Mitchell. And I encourage members of the public at this point, if you do have questions or comments ahead of time, that you can email me at publiccomment@burlingame.org. So in January of 2020, the city received a letter from Kevin Shankman of Shankman and Hughes, alleging that the city's current at-large election system violates the California Voting Rights Act. This law firm stated that the city's at-large system, where all registered voters vote for every council seat in the city, diluted the ability of Asian Americans to elect candidates of their choice or otherwise influence the outcome of the election or of the city's council election. This letter is similar to dozens of letters that other cities across the state have received alleging violations of the CVRA. And these letters request that the jurisdictions cure the issue by moving to bi-district elections. So on March 2nd, 2020, the council met in closed session to discuss their options. And then on March 16th, they adopted Resolution 32-2020 that reflected their intent to move to district elections. We then approved a professional services agreement with redistricting partners on January 4th. And since then, we've been hard at work on doing some public outreach. So I just wanted to touch on a couple things we've done. So you might have seen on the flyers and on our website that we established a slogan and a logo for this campaign, and we're calling it 5 Districts, 1 Burlingame. And this reflects the idea that regardless of our city's election system, the council members' main focus continues to be on their commitment to act in the best interest of the community. We've also been working with Imprinta, and we've sent emails to all registered voters who have an email address on record. And we've sent emails to 50 of the city's community organizations to start getting the word out. We've also been utilizing the library's curbside pickup bags and have put in flyers, and now we'll start putting in community of interest worksheets, which Paul will get into why those worksheets are important. And lastly, I met last week with our wonderful youth advisory committee, and they're going to make some public service announcements for us on what a transition is and how to fill out your worksheet and some other fun stuff. And lastly, I just wanted to state that anything we release to the public, we'll be releasing it in all 3 languages. So it'll always be in English, Spanish, and Chinese. Those are by law the languages that our voters have registered as. So we'll make sure everything's out on that. So before I turn it over to Paul, one last note. For council, this presentation will be a little bit of what you already learned at the January 4th meeting. But this is really about the public and the community getting to learn more about the process and understanding what this transition looks like and giving them the opportunity to ask questions as we go along. So with that, I'll hand it over to Paul Mitchell.
Thank you very much. And thank you for having me here today. Also, Sophia Garcia is present at this meeting. She's working primarily on the outreach portion, but she'll be working with us throughout this process. I'm going to go ahead and share my screen and go through this presentation, which is, as was mentioned, very similar to the presentation you've already seen. In fact, it might be an identical duplicate, but it is important for this information to be out there for the public to see and for everybody to have the same kind of base of knowledge as we go into this process, because having the community be involved and armed with the same information as the council is really pivotal in the process. So first off, an overview of the things I'm going to present on. I'm going to talk about the California Voting Rights Act. I'm going to go through some terminology, districting versus redistricting, and then what gerrymandering is and how that's different. I'm going to go into some traditional districting and redistricting principles. These come down from sometimes state laws, sometimes federal court cases, and other sources. I'm going to talk a little bit about the population and composition of the city and a little bit about the mapping of the city, and then get into any next steps that we have ahead of us. First off, what is the California Voting Rights Act? So the Federal Voting Rights Act, which most people have heard of, is an expansive law that touches a lot of different pieces of election law and voting. The California Voting Rights Act is a really narrow law that's tailored to at-large election systems in municipalities across the state, and introduces some differences in how it deals with requiring agencies to switch from an at-large election system to a districted election system. First off, a couple terminology things. The California Voting Rights Act considers any agency to be in an at-large election system if that agency utilizes elections where everybody in the city can vote for all of the representatives, or a situation where you might have multi-member districts. The way to get out of the California Voting Rights Act crosshairs is to convert to a system where each district elects one council member. Racially polarized voting is a term that comes out of the Federal Voting Rights Act and implementation of federal Voting Rights Act laws. But in California, the definition is a little bit different. In California, racially polarized voting exists when you have a difference in voting patterns that can be tied back to the membership in a protected class. The California Voting Rights Act also is a little bit different in how it deals with remedies for racially polarized voting. Under federal law, you only need to change to a districted election system when a majority-minority district can be drawn to deal with or create a remedy for a vote dilution claim from an at-large election system. So the last big case in California was the city of Santa Maria, which got sued under the Federal Voting Rights Act 20 or more years ago. But it was a lengthy process, and it required that the redistricting or districting process creates majority minority districts. Otherwise, the Federal Voting Rights Act just doesn't engage. The second thing that this law did that was really pivotal to the expansion of the use of the California Voting Rights Act was that it requires that plaintiffs get full reimbursement for their costs when they do go into a claim and get a district to convert. That can be a extremely large cost. Fortunately, the state legislature passed safe harbor provisions for agencies that want to convert, so that a plaintiff cannot receive more than $30,000. It's been adjusted a little bit for inflation if they promptly convert to a districted system. Now, under the current implementation of the law, that narrow window that used to be 90 to 180 days with an extension has been expanded because agencies want to work with the new census data But for our purposes, we are working to get this done in time for the 2022 election cycle. The districting process is creating boundaries for the election of council members, wherein each area will elect one representative. What it determines is who can run for what seat and who votes in that election. What it does not determine is necessarily how the city decides to govern. The city council can still work as an entire large entity with a full citywide focus, even though their elections are in a districted system. It also doesn't change the way that the public has to interact with the city council. It doesn't mean that now that you have districts, somebody from another area can't speak to one of the council members or something. There are cultures that sometimes develop around districted systems. As an example, I don't like this, but I know that in my city in Sacramento, if you go to meet a city council member, they will have materials that say council member District 1 representing neighborhoods of, and list the neighborhoods. I feel like that can be counterproductive to an agency working as a whole unit, but those kind of decisions are made not just by the districting process. That's more about the culture of the agency and how it decides to govern. Redistricting is the process of adjusting those boundaries every 10 years when you get a new census in order to ensure that the principles of equal representation are still being observed by the district boundaries. So as a city grows, sometimes a city or an agency will grow kind of unevenly, and one side, its districts are now more residents, another side is less residents, and as a result, that balance is out of whack. And so redistricting is largely an attempt to balance population every 10 years. There can be other things within that, maybe changes in ethnic populations, changes in Voting Rights Act, changes in how redistricting law is utilized, because it's a very fluid set of laws and best practices. But at the widest frame, redistricting is simply the process of adjusting boundaries every 10 years. There have been a number of Supreme Court cases. It's been a very active part of the law in the last decade, especially. The term gerrymandering is often associated with redistricting. So if I say to somebody that I do redistricting, oftentimes that's the first thing that comes out of their mouth is like, oh, I've heard of gerrymandering. Gerrymandering is named after Governor Gary, who drew state Senate districts in order to politically benefit him. If you want to get technical, it can be called gerrymandering. It's kind of like the GIF debate of redistricting is how you pronounce that. But either way, this is 200 or more years old, and usually seen as kind of a relic. Some district gerrymandering we've seen, has been even worse looking than this original gerrymander. In California, we had this as a district for the state Senate, which to me always looks like the original gerrymander with the wings and the head and the kind of body of the original gerrymander. Now, the gerrymander is something you learn about in high school or junior high. When you get into more political science classes, more advanced, you'll start to learn about how gerrymandering actually works kind of underneath the hood. And the real basic way of thinking about this is by using this kind of an example. And there are a number of different examples like this, where you have different groups. You have a series of yellow groups and green groups. And if I gave you 20 seconds to draw lines, you might simply draw something like that. Wherein the majority, which is the yellow group, now is put into districts, and they will hold a majority on whatever elected body that they're being elected to. Most likely, this is obviously not thinking about how the elections will be carried out, but largely the framework of this election would be to create a districts in which the yellow would have the ability to elect candidates of their choice in 2 of the 3 districts. Now, if somebody wanted to be a little more creative, and the green team had the pen, they might draw something like this, wherein while they're still a minority of the entire area, they now hold the voting power in a majority of the districts. that is essentially how gerrymandering works. And oftentimes, gerrymandering is thought of in its partisan construction, that gerrymandering is about partisanship. Gerrymandering can also be about race, and it can also be about other political things that are a little bit harder to see. So you might have a gerrymandering that is weakening the political power of the downtown area. That was historically true in Sacramento, where the downtown area was generally drawn into 3 or 4 council districts. There's also an example that Common Cause uses really frequently of the city of Watts in downtown, or in Los Angeles County, and where Watts was being split into 3 congressional districts and 3 assembly districts, even though it's a pretty small little area. And there are some stories about how that really did impact their ability to have good representation, particularly in Congress. Now, our goal here is to not gerrymander. And so in order to do that, we're going to follow a number of traditional redistricting principles. Starting off at the top, the number one job I said earlier of redistricting is to equalize the size of each district. So we talk about creating districts that are relatively equal size, and we're looking at people, not citizens or voters or any other way of calculating them. We're looking at total people based on the most recent decennial census. So when we say relatively equal, a lot of case law and actual laws have pegged that for municipalities at being a 10%, meaning that the 10% deviation means that no district is 10% larger than another district. So the largest district can't be 10% larger than the smallest district. And so when you're drawing districts, we'll go through a process where we'll look at what the actual median size is of the district, if all districts were exactly even, and then kind of a sense of, well, if you go maybe 5% up or 5% down, or a total of 10% deviation, then we're going to be within balance. Districts should be contiguous, and a district being contiguous means that it's one whole piece. Now, some agencies themselves have non-contiguous parts. So you might have Catalina Island off of LA County, or you might have some cities that have little holes and pockets in them just because of areas they've annexed or not. But we'll treat, in this redistricting, it'll be pretty apparent what things are contiguous. There's also some other smaller ways of thinking about contiguity. A thing is literally contiguous when it's one whole piece, but something might be functionally contiguous, let's say, because Catalina Island is functionally contiguous to LA County, even though there's a lot of water in between it. Angel Island is functionally contiguous to San Francisco. And then there's also functionally contiguous in terms of how things relate to one another, how people move around. There's an idea called travel contiguity, meaning can you get from one side of the district to the other without having to leave the district and come back in? So if a mountain is in the middle of a district, it might from a satellite look contiguous, but when you actually are living in the district, you realize, well, I'm not very connected to the people over there because they're on the other side of Mount Whitney. Or I'm not really connected to the people over there because they're on the other side of the lake. And to get there, I'd have to drive through 3 other districts to get to that population. So there's an idea that might come up in the districting where you say, well, Paul, these 2 areas, yeah, on the map, they look contiguous, but really to get from one area to the other is kind of impossible without having to go through 2 other council districts to get there. And so we would consider that literally contiguous, but maybe not functionally contiguous. Then we talk about communities of interest. And this is a big, big part of the redistricting process. And this is really where, if you're a member of the community watching this, where you should sit up, and this is kind of your role in the districting process, is to talk about your community of interest and bring that information to the redistricting process. Now, communities of interest, there are different kinds of communities of interest. The first kind of community of interest is those communities of interest that are considered protected classes by the Voting Rights Act. This is stuff that's placed into law going back to the 60s. There were some revisions of it in the 80s. but we think about this largely as Latinos, Asians, African Americans, but it could be in certain communities that other language, ethnic minorities, religious minorities, or even groups like the LGBTQ population could be considered a protected class in the districting process. Now, one of the catches with how redistricting works is that you cannot draw districts where race is the sole criteria or the predominant criteria in drawing the boundaries. That is not allowed. However, if you have a Voting Rights Act issue with a district that, like I said earlier, could be a majority minority district, or you have the ability, there's other characterizations of coalition districts or influence districts, then there is a potentially a need to draw a district in order to not violate the Voting Rights Act. Then you do find yourself in a situation where you're looking more significantly at race as a part of the districting process, wherein you're saying, hey, if there is a district that is equal population, that is contiguous, that has one protected class that can be a majority of that population, then you're in a situation where you might be required by federal Voting Rights Act to actually draw that. Then there are other communities of interest that will come into play, and this is really a combination of data, quantitative data, and qualitative data, information we get from the public and from you in the districting process. This could be how the city has populations that are from a certain industry, hospitality industry, or they work at a certain, they commute into the city, or they have some other kind of behavior about them that kind of defines who they are, and importantly defines how they interact with the city itself. We might have students or senior citizens, or like a downtown area. These are all considered communities of interest. Not all communities of interest are going to come forward in a city redistricting in the same way that they might for another agency. So as an example, we did the redistricting for the San Mateo Harbor District, and where the ports were and the fishermen and people who used the harbors were a key community of interest in that redistricting that might not come to the fore in your redistricting, because that's not necessarily a way in which those community members interact with the city. If they live in a historic neighborhood, or if they are commuters and driving on city streets, or if they are older and utilizing city services as a senior, then they might have that kind of a community of interest and that kind of relevance in this redistricting process. Following city, county, local government lines is another way essentially of defining a community of interest. Where you went to high school might be your community. Where you live in a certain neighborhood might be your community. If you're doing a county redistricting, then living in Burlingame is probably part of your community identification for the county's redistricting. So utilizing governmental boundaries, you can think of that as a way of helping define communities of interest. Keeping districts compact is not about keeping districts small, but it's about how the district is shaped relative to the underlying geography of the area. Now, in different states, there are different terms utilized for the measurement of compactness. So in some states, they rely on a lot of mathematical calculations, and there's a whole subgenre of redistricting math around measuring compactness and measuring basically how closely related each district is to its smallest potential shape. So if you had a district that looks like an octopus and you compared it to an equal size area that was shaped like a circle, what's the difference in that circumference of those two areas? That would be kind of a rough way of developing a mathematical criteria for compactness. There's some areas where we're working in some other states where literally in the state law, it says you can't have funny lines. So funny shaped lines could be considered a measure of compactness. In California, we have a kind of elegant measure of compactness that I really like because it's more qualitative and it speaks more to what could be kind of ill intent of redistricting in creating weird shaped lines or doing redistricting that just isn't kind of on the up and up. And our law says essentially that a district is compact as long as it doesn't go out and reach more faraway areas in favor of nearer populations. So what this really means, and I've got a couple examples here, is that if you're drawing districts and there are two populations right next to each other, and you drew the first population, then went screaming around that population to go all the way out somewhere else and grab another population, bypassing that other nearby population, then the district is not compact. There could be reasons why you would do that. There could be legitimate reasons why you would do that, and that might be one of the higher criteria, like a Federal Voting Rights Act issue. Or it might be simply the way the city is shaped. There could be other reasons, but you'd want to make sure that any time that you're drawing a district that's not compact or selecting a plan where the district is clearly not as compact as another plan, that there are higher ranking criteria to justify why you're doing that. It's not to say districts can't be non-compact. It means that in this family of criteria that you should lean towards districts that are more compact, all other things being equal. I'm going to show you a couple examples of some districts that are not compact. This is in the nearby city of Roseville, near where I live. And you can see the red district. You have a freeway coming down. This is the 80 down the middle. And on the right-hand side of your screen, you can see a large area of population that comes up. It gets narrower, it gets fatter, then it gets narrower. The district gets narrower again as it goes to the west and goes all the way out here to another population area. So by nature of this district shape, it is not deemed compact because it bypassed two other nearby populations, this blue area and the green area, in order to go out further to go get a faraway population, not compact. This other district is more close to you than to us, and this is the city of Martinez, wherein they have this blue district and all the other districts kind of follow the same shape, where on the right-hand side, it starts off with a pretty significant population area, and then it goes narrower and narrower and snakes along and goes out to the downtown area to get another population area. So by doing that, kind of going out further and grabbing something further away and bypassing all the other nearby populations, all of these districts are not considered compact in California law. And in fact, part of the law that created this compactness rule was written in response to this actual particular redistricting. The third example that I'm going to show is a district that's not compact, but then get into this discussion of why things might not be compact, but for good reasons. Here you have Davis and you have 4 districts that are compact, 1, 2, 3, 4. But District 5, you might say, Paul, you've got this population on the right-hand side here that is not being connected to its more nearby area to the north, but reaching out here and going more west, more west, more west to get other population on the other side of that district. This district kind of looks to me almost like a machine gun. And the reason why is that in between 3, 4, and 5 is a railroad track, the California corridor that goes from Sacramento out to the Bay Area. And if you are driving, you literally cannot cross this line between at the top part of 5 here. This entire boundary is not functionally contiguous with this area north of it. So because it's not contiguous, the compactness value is reduced, and the need to create the district as being compact is less important than creating the district to be contiguous. So all of these things are thought of as relative importance and working together to create the best districting plan. This is a plan actually that was drawn by a member of the public and adopted by the city council. Starting in 2020, the state law, the Fair Maps Act, took effect. And a lot of the things that we've talked about in these traditional redistricting principles have become part of that Fair Maps Act. There are a number of different things in the act that the city, that you and we are working to follow that have to do with the transparency and process that is being followed. Also not using incumbents or candidate addresses as a community of interest, and not drawing districts, like I said earlier, with gerrymandering to advantage a political party. Now, as we look at the city, the population based on the last census was 28,806. If we utilize this population just as our starting point, obviously it's going to change for the 2020 census. A 5-district plan would be roughly 5,700. And with that idea of no district can be 10% larger or smaller than the next district, that means that no 2 districts are going to be more than about 550 residents apart. So they're all going to be pretty close together in their total population. Now, I talked a little bit earlier about race and ethnicity as one of the data points. And in this, we utilize not just how many people there are of each race or ethnicity, but how many citizen voting age population there are of each race and ethnicity. And this comes from the American Community Survey. Now, this data just came out, a fresh new data set came out today, and we're working ourselves and with UC Berkeley, Karen McDonald at the statewide database to get this data compiled in the most recent data set, which will be the final data set for this redistricting cycle. But the citizen voting age population is just over 20,000. So that means of your total population, about 8,000 are either non-citizens or kids. Of that population, the largest ethnic group would be the Asian population, around 4,500. Now, this will change, and as we know, based on the statewide rates of change that we've been seeing over the last couple of years, we would expect this Asian citizen voting age population and the Latino population to probably increase a little bit. So we'll get new data for this as soon as we can, and maybe by the next time we have a presentation with you, I believe, which is next month, this data point might change a little bit. The additional parts of the Fair Maps Act that are being followed by the city are to have a public website with a special page that is dedicated to the districting process. This website has information on the California Voting Rights Act, past presentations. Your staff has also put up the January 2020 demand letter, along with staff reports and the hearing schedule. All of this will be continually updated. So this presentation that you're watching right now will be on that website as soon as this meeting is over. And it'll actually be there frozen in time for a decade. So all of this data and information in a timely manner, so maybe not instantly, but soon, will be put on the website and held there so that the public can always come back and see how your districting was done, and there's full transparency through the decade. The other thing that is on that website is this public outreach form. This is a way that the public can interact with the districting process. So if you're a member of the public watching this and you say to yourself, aha, my community of interest is this, and I want to tell the city, there's a real easy form that you can download. Doesn't require you to use any tricky software or do anything fancy, but you can put in the information about your community of interest, define it any way you want geographically, either by what streets it's bounded by or where it is in the city, and also define how you, as a member of that community of interest, interact with the city, how maybe the city isn't meeting the needs of this community of interest, or how it has interacted with that community of interest in the time that you've been living in the city. The other thing that we will be having on there shortly is a mapping tool so that individuals can go on to this program and log in, just an anonymous login. They don't have to give their own personal information. It'll just be their email address and a login like that, like password. And then they will be able to go in and draw their community of interest, or especially once we have all the final census data, they'll be actually able to draw their lines. Just a little note on this part of it. If you're a member of the public watching this, the data right now that we have will be the 2010 population data, some new estimated data from the American Community Survey. And it will have the areas of the city and a way for you to interact with that data and to draw areas so that you can submit and say, my community of interest is this area. When we actually get the final census data, which will likely be over the summer, then you'll actually be able to go in again and draw all of those districts and making sure that each of the districts are equal size and dealing with all these different things that we've talked about in terms of communities of interest, following existing boundaries, keeping districts compact, and draw and submit your own boundary suggestions that will become part of the public record and be a part of this process. The schedule that we have coming on the what's next is we have our first 2 hearings as required by law are being done prior to the map drawing process. So we have this hearing and a May 3rd hearing where we will go through this same presentation, maybe with a little update in the data, but roughly the same presentation again for the public to see. After those first 2 hearings, we will be continuing to get information from the public, either through those community of interest forums, through the online web mapping tool, and any other outreach that the city is doing. And we will essentially wait. Once we get census data, we will be able to get that data into the system and start drawing maps and start creating draft plans for you. Now, the state law requires that once we get this data in and we get it up on the website and everything for you as quickly as we can, we still are required to wait 21 days after the state processes the data in order to actually release our first draft maps. Once we do that, that's why these dates say TBD. Once we do that, we can actually come back and look at draft maps, have 2 more hearings where we will have what we call post-map hearings, which means that we'll have hearings where the public can comment on map decisions, on suggested changes, or even submit their own maps. And then we will have a final 5th hearing that will be just for the adoption of a final plan. That is a up or down vote. Another thing for the public to recognize is that any time that the city is going to be reviewing and discussing maps, they will only be able to review and discuss maps that have been public for 7 days. So that means that if we draft a map and the intention is for the council to discuss or adopt it, then the public will have a 7-day period to go to the website, download the map, give any feedback, suggest changes, and all of that will be done in a way to really allow for the greatest opportunity for the public to participate. And with that, I'm happy to go to any questions. I can bring my slides back up, but for right now, I will go back to the full screen.
Thank you, Mr. Mitchell. What I'm going to do is I'm going to start out first with council questions. I would say please keep it to a minimum because we've heard this presentation before. I'd like as much time allotted to the public as possible. We will follow that with questions that came in through email. There's a few that came in, and then we will go into the public comment, and I will allow 2 minutes for public comment per person. So to our city clerk, I know you're here somewhere. We will start out with questions from the council. Does anyone have any questions? I'm not.
Madam Mayor, if I could.
Vice Mayor, do you have a question?
Yeah, I do. Mine's a silly question. The mapping tool that you described, does it include population when you do the mapping tool?
Yeah, so right now, when it first gets set up, we'll have it with the 2010 data, and then we'll update it with the 2020 data as soon as that's available. But there will be population data and data for those different ethnic groups. And then we'll also have some data in there from the American Community Survey, say education, income, renter versus homeowner, some other information that can kind of illustrate things for the public as they're looking at their communities of interest or drawing maps.
Excellent, thank you.
Any other council member Beach?
Thank you. Just Mr. Mitchell, if you could clarify the public, when's our best estimate when we might be able to get census data? We know it's a moving target, but I think everybody's interested in a general sense of that. Thanks.
Sure. So there are a few different census products. So the census data in terms of the shapes of each census block, that data just came out. And so we're working with that. The American Community Survey data, which covers a survey of the area and looks at the citizen voting age population. That data actually came out today. So we have that, and we're going to be working with that. The most pivotal piece, though, is that final redistricting file that is by law supposed to be released by March 31st and represent where the total population count in each census block based on April 1st, 2020. That data has been delayed. The most recent kind of unofficial date was given on a call last week, I think on Wednesday, where a senior staff of the Census Department said that she did not believe that data would be available before July 30th. So that puts us likely not getting the data until, the end of July, maybe beginning of August. And then there's going to be a process where the state has to take that data, and by state law, they have to do a process of reallocating prison population, which might take a couple weeks or a few weeks. And then there's that other state law that says that we can't actually release maps until 21 days after the state data has been adjusted. So that pushes everything back to where we might not see that first draft map meeting until end of August, early September.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mitchell. Any other council member? Okay, if not, I do want to say that the public can send their questions through chat and or raise your hand. City Clerk, I think I'd like to start out with some of the emails that you received already from constituents.
Sure, and I'd just like to add to Paul's presentation that we did just go live with the community of interest form as a survey. So if you're on your iPhone or Android, it might be easier to fill it in that way and submit your results. So the first email I got is, I would like to know if voter turnout is typically equal across the 5 proposed districts. If the typical turnout is not close, then an individual could be elected by a small number of voters compared to registered voters within the district and would not represent the actual majority within that district. In contrast, if a district always has a high turnout, then there could be more voters in one district than in others combined. In a small community with roughly 27,000 residents and with each district representative having 1 vote, would the council actually represent the community of 27,000?
That's a great question. When we draw districts and we talk about districts being equal, I talked about it being equal in terms of residents. That's the total population based on the last census, and it considers districts equal if they're within that 10% based on that one calculation of population. Now, there have been some people in the redistricting world who have recognized, as this person who emailed in did, that when you draw districts to be equal population, some areas might be higher turnout, higher registration rates, or even higher rates of eligible voters, because maybe one part of town, all the families have kids, and the other part of town, they don't. Maybe there's an area of the city that has more non-citizens, and so on. So you end up with a situation where there's these 2 competing ideas, where you have the idea we've all heard of 1 person, 1 vote, and then you have the other idea of equal representation. The Supreme Court most recently, just a couple of years ago, took on this question when in Texas they tried to redraw state Senate districts by utilizing the registered voters or a citizen voting age population data set, the eligible voters, as the criteria for drawing districts. And they shot that down, essentially saying that for now, the only data set that's appropriate for drawing districts is that total population number. You might find that different versions of plans have different rates of that kind of imbalance between the registered voter population or even the turnout of each district. And that can be something that you utilize as one of the ways to think about districts, but it probably wouldn't be something that trumps other factors like a Voting Rights Act factor or compactness or keeping districts contiguous and other such criteria. So looking at that imbalance could be part of the decision-making, but it shouldn't be kind of the primary. And the Supreme Court very recently has really sided that equal representation side of each district being able to have the same number of residents is the metric to use.
Our next question is, will council members be representing the defined districts? If so, will they be required to live in the district they represent? This is SOP, which I believe is standard operating practice for most other governmental representation, from Congress on down to states, counties, and municipalities when districting is the norm.
Yes, technically, congressional members don't have to live in their own district, but city council members will. Yes, the districts, the California Voting Rights Act defines a district election system as one wherein the elected member lives in the district and only voters in that district vote for them.
Okay. Our next question is, comes in, it says, this feels like we are dividing up our town. If minorities want to run for office, I do feel that there's a fair possibility for them to get elected. Do we have minority candidates claiming this to be a problem, or just the ambulance chasing attorney who decided to threaten multiple cities on his own? How far do we go if this doesn't succeed in getting minorities elected? Is the city required to revise districts again if no minorities are elected as a result of this change?
So on the first question, I did not actually conduct the racially polarized voting analysis for this city. I don't know if the city has, but that is something that would give mathematical calculations essentially to show the possible vote dilution for minority communities in past elections. I have done that kind of work in the region, and I do know that you have a plaintiff that is claiming that, but I can't speak to that any more than that. The second piece is that the districting process has around the state served to help elect people that are from those minority communities fairly effectively, but that is not the determining factor of the success of this process. We will, through this process, respect those communities of interest and utilize a process that maximizes the ability for them to elect a candidate of choice in their district or districts. However, there is not some kind of a outcome measure where the districting process results in some agency or other way that if a district does not elect a candidate from minority community, that the redistricting is somehow invalid. And to put a point on it, the idea of the districting and even the idea of majority minority districts is to ensure that that population has the ability to elect a candidate of choice. There's not a outcome-based measure of what should have been that area's candidate of choice. The elections speak for themselves.
Okay.
Does our city attorney, interim city attorney, want to say something? I know I just saw you pop up on the screen.
No, I was available, but Mr. Mitchell answered very well. Thank you.
Thank you.
Our next question, my main concerns, the North Rollins population is expected to grow significantly. So Paul, this is a new neighborhood that we're creating. Does that mean that redistricting will have to be redone when that occurs? I suggest each district have some commercial areas in it. For example, splitting Burlingame Ave and Broadway into West and East districts with the residential areas around them. This gives all council members a direct interest in supporting the commercial areas. If the Asian and Latinx populations are not concentrated in particular areas, how does this achieve the goals that prompted the redistricting? So I guess one question is about new neighborhoods and their increased growth, and the other one is about achieving the goals.
Yeah, and there was a third in there as well about the splitting the commercial areas so that each representative would have an interest in the commercial areas. So I'll kind of try and go through these one at a time. First off, population growth will happen in the city. And oftentimes when a new community comes in, it's very apparent to see like, aha, more people just moved in there. Sometimes there's an interest in drawing districts to kind of prepare for the fact that an area is going to have greater population. So I'll give one kind of redistricting rule and then one kind of just like caveat as we think about the districting process. The redistricting rule is that we use the 2020 state census, and we treat it as if that is a fact. There is no way for us to say, well, we're going to use some alternate data set, or we're going to kind of internally adjust for this new population. There are rules if you annex population, but not rules for if you grow within your city boundaries as they exist. Secondly, the kind of caveat or a little warning about doing this is that oftentimes the human mind can perceive growth in an area because they see new buildings, but they can't perceive growth in another area that might be just getting more densely populated with more people living in the same households, or more people inhabiting an area that might have had lower residency rates in the past. A great example, this goes back to Davis, where there was a community called the Cannery in North Davis, where everybody said, look, there's all this new population there that's not counted. But when we actually did the analysis based on the census estimates that were coming out, it actually showed that there was more growth in South Davis, where simply there were more people renting and more people living in apartments together than had been there in the past. And so a community was growing with a very visible sign of more cars, more streets, more apartments, but another place was growing even more, just less visibly. So sometimes those new communities could end up being biased because they are new. Now, what the city could do is it could, as it's dealing with that deviation, which is only about 550 people, it could say, well, if a district's going to be underpopulated, let's let it be that area that has the new population coming in, because they'll kind of backfill it. And if this district's going to be overpopulated, that's okay, because in the future, it'll kind of balance out with that new population coming into the other part of the city. You can do that, but remember, it's a very, very small tool that you have, that only 550 or so residents kind of buffer, and that might not be enough to make people feel like they've achieved the true balancing of all that new population. And secondly, that move of saying we'll underpopulate this area and overpopulate that area can't really conflict with other higher ranking criteria. So you can't say we're making this district less Latino or Asian because we want to deal with this other future population growth.
Okay. Then the next question has come in by email and also in the chat. Oh, Councilmember Brownrigg, did you have a question?
With the mayor's indulgence, I don't have a question. I just want to make a quick comment in answer to that last question, which is, and just very quickly, so I'm not a big fan of
Councilman Brownrigg, I'd rather actually try to get in as many public comments as possible. If you want to comment, I'll have you toward the end make that comment. But I
Okay.
really want these questions to be asked because it's already almost 6:30.
Okay, so our next question has come in chat and by email. What happens if no one from a district runs for city council?
That one I will hand to your city attorney, because your city attorney gets to answer those kind of legal questions about process.
So I think that would be a very low possibility. I think generally someone would be forced to do so, but I can definitely research that and come back and provide an answer at our next town hall meeting. That isn't something that we've actually analyzed yet, because we haven't believed that the possibility of that would happen at this point in time. But we'll certainly answer that at the next community town hall.
Okay, and then another email. Okay. This is a nuts and bolts question. Not sure if this has already been addressed. I'm curious if the process includes any requirements with regard to how long or how short someone inhabits a certain district before being eligible for candidacy. So
Yeah, so I'll give my answer and the city attorney can dive in anytime they want. But generally, some cities and even the state legislature have residency rules for office that actually are not enforceable, because there are court decisions saying that you can't have those kind of like residency rules, that you have to live in the district before a prior period of time or for a year or something. But When you file for office, you will sign an affidavit saying that you live in the district, and that's a legal document that's binding. So that is the residency rule in most agencies and for most elections in the United States, that you are saying that you live in the district and you have a residence as defined by the state and city law, and you cannot lie on that form. Otherwise, that would be a crime.
I will say, as the former candidate filing officer for the county, we're always going to check your address that you write down on your declaration against what your voter registration address is, to make sure that you're registered in the city. And that's our rule of thumb, that you have to have a voter registration address here in the city, and then in this process in the district itself. So I think with the mayor's indulgence, I'm going to switch to some of the chat questions that have come in.
Please do so. Thank you, Megan.
So is there a date by which the new boundaries must be adopted to be able to be used for the 2022 election?
So there are a couple dates. I believe, Megan, you can let me know exactly what the date is, but the agreement with the plaintiff did have a settlement agreement with a specific date. Was that December 15th or something?
It's the beginning of April, I believe.
Oh, yeah, that's right. Beginning of April. There are other deadlines that the county will have as to making sure that all the cities have the data in time for the filing process for the November elections. But that would probably be a later date. Oftentimes, these kind of agreements come in with a date that is early enough that if the city were not to be willing to or actually follow the settlement agreement and do it, that there would still be a potential remedy for them to get a court to draw the lines. So that is the process we're going to utilize, is the date that is in the settlement agreement.
Correct. So the county date would be in the middle of July when candidate filing. We'd have to know it ahead of that. But our hope is that it would be done well in advance of that, so that individuals interested in running could know if they're eligible, and also so that they could start raising money for their campaigns. All right. Our next question is, what determines higher ranking criteria for the compactness element?
So the state law does rank the criteria, and compactness is one of the highest criteria that you're going to follow. But it does have to be balanced with other criteria. It is not kind of the be all end all of criteria. So if you are drawing a plan, we might find ourselves looking at district boundaries and letting the council actually decide that within the family of different criteria, as long as they're all equal size, as long as we are following the Federal Voting Rights Act, then you can kind of have a decision around how you balance the need for compactness with other criteria. So it is one of the high ranking criteria, but it is not like a binary where it's either is compact or isn't compact, and there's some kind of bright line there.
Okay. And then this one's for our city attorney. We're getting a lot of questions in chat and an email about kind of the background of the legal case. And I was wondering, and whether we have a settlement agreement with the plaintiff, those kind of things. I was wondering if you could give maybe a short synopsis of that process.
Certainly try. About a year ago, we got the demand letter from, as our city clerk has mentioned, from Schenkman and Associates, where the Kevin Schenkman, the attorney for the group for the Southwest Voter Registration Project, has not filed a lawsuit, but he did submit the demand letter stating that we were violating the CVRA through our by-district election system, or by our at-large elector system, and that we needed to move to a by-district election system. At that point, the city began to look at the options and began to look at what other cities had done in this instance. And throughout that way, we began communicating with Mr. Schenkman. We eventually did enter into a tolling and settlement agreement, which isn't an actual settlement agreement per se. A settlement agreement is usually where you admit to a certain outcome, but this agreement stops time in the sense of the CVRA, which Mr. Mitchell can go into some more details about in the CVRA timelines and the amount of time you have to transfer to by-district elections from at-large elections, which is a very statutory-based system where you do have to take certain steps, much like we are doing today, which is having one of these town hall meetings. So we did enter into an agreement there. That is something that we are abiding by at this time, and we're continuing to move forward in that process per the terms of that agreement. And I understand that might not be the most information, but hopefully that will answer the questions for tonight's meeting. And of course, we're happy to engage with the public further when we have more time. Thank you.
Okay, our next question is, will renter and homeowner data be available on the mapping tool?
Yes, we will have data from the American Community Survey that identifies renter and homeowner populations. And that can be utilized in the mapping prod tool and then when you draw an area, it would aggregate up all of those renters and homeowners that you could see the relationship between the two.
Okay. Our next question is about from chat is from when, how do you take into consideration, or do you take into consideration where current council members live? That data, does that influence the outcome of redistricting or districting in our case? And then what outreach methods will be done to ensure communities who don't have reliable internet access are able to participate? So I'll start with the second one a little bit, and Sophia might have comments too, but we're gonna do some outreach at our farmers market, especially to try to get more people involved in this. We're also utilizing our curbside pickup at the library to get information out about these meetings and also to get community input. Our library, if you were at our last meeting, I forget the stat, but they do an extraordinary amount of curbside pickups. So this will help us with a lot of people. And I'm also working with our school, our Burlingame High School students. Sophia gave them the nickname Student Ambassadors for this project. And we're running with that because it's great. And we're gonna get them involved and get the message out through them to their parents as well to assist in this project. And you can take that first part.
Sure. So for the first part, the Fair Maps Act disallows the use of incumbents or candidate address as one of the criteria or community of interests in the redistricting process. So we're going to follow that for this process, even though it's following the California Voting Rights Act safe harbor provisions. And as has been discussed, we do not at Redistricting Partners know where any of the incumbents live, and we don't know anybody who's trying to run for office. So we don't have the ability to draw maps that would be drawn specifically to advantage or disadvantage incumbents or candidates. Now, there will be one point in the redistricting process where you might see candidate residences becoming a part of the process. And that might be at the very end when we do the numbering of the districts and assigning when each seat will come up for election. Because if you have an area with an existing council member and their election is coming up in 2 years, you might want to align the election to when their seat is open in order to avoid any unnecessary shakeup in the council membership. So that will be a part of the process at the end, is identifying each of the districts and assigning when those seats will come up. And in that part of the process, not the line drawing part, but in that numbering part of the process, we might see some mention of incumbent addresses. But that'll be something that we'll work with the city staff and the council on, and we will continue to not know where anybody lives.
Okay. Our next question is, what is the evidence that dividing this small town into districts will actually address the alleged vote dilution of Asian voters?
So that would speak to if we had conducted or had some racially polarized voting analysis or ecological inference analysis that looks at voting patterns in the past and those ethnic populations in order to come up with kind of mathematical calculations to show that. And we do not have that. So as the lines are drawn, they'll be drawn utilizing these kind of best practices in redistricting and utilizing state law in order to draw the lines the best that we can. and we will ensure that the districting process has that data available for the council and for the public to see where those ethnic populations are, where the communities of interest are, in hopes of being able to draw districts that can allow for the election of candidates of choice from those communities.
Must a person be a registered voter to run for office?
I'm going to pass that off to the attorney. I actually don't believe so, but they would have to show residency in order to file that form. Do you know, Megan, is there any check that they have to be registered to vote?
There is in our city.
Oh, interesting.
Let me get back to you. I'm gonna relook at our ordinance on that one, but I do know that when anything comes into the county, that's one of the first things that's checked for all cities. But I will get back to you guys on that one. Good question.
I've added that to my list as well. So that's.
Why would the districts be drawn based on population instead of eligible voters, therefore presenting a more accurate representation?
So there's 2 points on that. The first one is the word representation. So if districts are unequal in population, that means that they have unequal representation. We did a districting where, I'm not kidding, one area had 100,000 people in it, one area had 12,000 people in it. In that situation, the area with 12,000 people, each of their representation power, meaning they call into a city council member about a flat, about a pothole, their power is 8 times greater than the area with 100,000 people in it. In the area of the 100,000 people, they would need 8 people to call in about a pothole before that representation power was equivalent, or before that issue could be addressed in the same way. So the idea is ensuring that the council members' districts are all equal and they represent the same number of people. The second issue is that even if you were to say, well, we want to really lean towards that one man, one vote, or one person, one vote principle in the Constitution. And so we want to say the eligible voter population or the total voter population is what we're really going to look at. Well, in some states today, and obviously in our country in decades past, who was an eligible voter or who could register to vote could be very significantly impacted by the same kind of voter disenfranchisement that is the point of the Voting Rights Act to try to eliminate. So you could have a situation where certain voters were ineligible to vote, and that would additionally reinforce that idea. If you said certain people are ineligible to vote or certain people cannot register, then you created a system of drawing districts that reinforce that lack of registration. You would kind of impact or double that negative impact of the voting laws. So since our redistricting laws are born a lot out of the history of gerrymandering and segregation and a lot of lawsuits that came out of the South in the past 60 years, those rules around using population, not eligible or registered voters, have really become foundational in our redistricting law.
Okay. Will district candidates voting be conducted via majority rules or ranked choice voting, which I believe would be a question for us on how we write our ordinance, correct?
The districting process, the redistricting process, is drawing the framework for the elections. How you conduct your elections can be a second consideration, and we haven't been asked to opine on election systems.
Correct. So right now, under our law, it's all done by majority vote. How is the community of interest data in the forms evaluated? How much weight is given to make sure that they are a good sampling?
Well, that's it's a great question, and we need to, or we will be in this process, maintaining this data and making it public on the different community of interest testimony that has been presented. And we will have to manage a process throughout this of taking in data and looking at both, how effective that community of interest testimony is at helping define an area that's something that's actually mappable, If somebody said my community of interest is left-handed people, then it's hard to really map something like that. But the testimony that was given earlier that actually defined areas and talked about commercial properties, which is something that can be drawn, or talked about certain streets which can be mapped, that kind of information will be more effective at helping define those communities of interest for the redistricting process. But we will maintain all of that information. When we draw actual maps, we will talk about what community of interest testimony was provided to justify each of the boundaries that were drawn. And that community of interest testimony will continue to be on the city's website for 10 years, so that as people look at the plans and the lines that were drawn, they can see that community of interest testimony.
So I've gotten this question in a couple of different forms, so I'm just going to try to encapsulate it because we don't have a lot of time. But could you explain the process of the transition? Some people are wondering if there's going to be all 5 seats are up for in 2022, or will their terms expire and then they have nothing to run for, kind of thing?
Yeah.
How that works.
So first off, you have to think about elections as, elections matter, and the decisions that have been made in 2020 and 2018 matter. So when this redistricting plan happens and gets passed, first off, nothing is going to change immediately. What will change is who can get elected in what districts are up in 2022. And how many seats are up in 22? Is it 2 or 3?
3.
3. So you have 3 seats up in 22, and that will mean that you'll have 3 people elected in that election that will be representing those 3 districts for 23 and into 24. Then in 24, you're going to have 2 more council members get elected. And then after that 24 election, now all 5 council members will be elected from districts. Between 22 and 24, you're kind of being a hybrid, where you're going to have 3 council members that were elected from districts, and the other 2 were elected at large. And so you'll be think of redistricting as a transition that happens over a course of 2 election cycles before it's fully implemented by 24.
So can I just give it a hypothetical? Because I know this confuses a lot of people. Let's say that I was a council member and my election is until 2024, my next election, or my term doesn't expire until 24, but my district, the way it's been drawn, would be up in 2022. So my choice, if I understand right, would be to either stay in my seat, and then when it expires in 2024, there's no seat for me to fill, or I can choose to run in that open district seat that's up in 2022.
Yeah, you can run in that seat in 22, and if you win, then there would be a vacancy that your city attorney would tell you how the city fills that. Or you could decide not to run and then wait 2 years out of office and then run for that seat when it comes up again. So yeah, that is a process that we will manage when we do that numbering of seats, determining what seats come up in what election, and members will know, okay, well, my seat aligns to my district and there's no other incumbents that are in that district, or they might know that there are other incumbents that they'll be running against.
Okay. And then the next question we've gotten a couple of times is cumulative voting. What is it? Have we considered it? And is that a better option?
Cumulative voting, like ranked choice voting or other alternate systems for voting, would have to be adopted by the city. My guess is that it would have to be a part of either the ordinance or a charter amendment, depending on how the city's conducting its work. We can draw the district boundaries, and that can be a different discussion.
And then I've gotten a question about what other outreach methods for people without reliable internet besides the farmers market and the library. So we are working within the community with over 50 different community organizations and with our churches to get the message out through all those different areas. So we will be connecting with people in every which way that we can. Ms. Garcia is going to be doing a lot of help for me in this area as well. And we are working with our schools too, in order to reach as many people as possible. So that is the last question I have. Nope. Okay, to run, does one have to be a US citizen / green card holder? Currently 40% of California. Oh, before I begin that, our Parks and Rec director just reminded me that we're also going to be putting information in our activity guide, a rec guide that goes out to all citizens or residents here. And we're also doing mass mailers that will go out to all of our residents' addresses. Thank you, Margaret Glomstad. To run, does one have to be a US citizen / green card holder? Currently, 40% of California voters do not pay California state taxes, but utilize California state services, with the result of attracting poor persons coming to California and California taxpayers leaving for lower tax states. This scenario could happen to Burlingame too, with Burlingame services being used by non-Burlingame taxpayers. So I guess the question is, does someone have to be a US citizen or a green card holder to run for office?
I believe so, unless the city attorney has another viewpoint.
No, that's my belief as well. Thank you.
Okay, with that, I believe Mayor O'Brien, if you want to leave it up to the council members.
Thank you. I'm going to round back to Councilmember Brownrigg, who had a comment earlier.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Just briefly, it was a question about carving up the commercial districts to make sure that future candidates had an interest. And I guess my comment, I won't editorialize about districting, although I don't think our city needs it or will benefit from it. But I do think we have to trust, and I say this as a voter, that candidates are going to take a holistic view of our city, and they're going to be interested in schools that are not in their district. They're going to be interested in shops that are not in their district. They're going to be interested in parks that are not in their district, because I have faith that that will happen. And while I don't support this shift, I do think we can trust candidates in the future to take the entire city into account as they develop policies. So I think it's a cool idea to think about that, and certainly should inform us. But I'm gonna hope that some of these generally beneficial areas like that are part of everybody's value system.
Ooh, Mayor O'Brien, you're on mute.
Before we adjourn the study session? Okay, if not, to clarify, Megan, when is the next meeting on this? Is it in May?
Yes, so our next one will be on May 3rd at 5:30. And our website is up and running as plugged, and we have a lot of information on there. We'll make sure that this meeting is up on there, and the community of interest forms or survey is also on there.
I may want to make the suggestion that there were actually quite a few really good questions during this study session. That is there a way we can post those questions and answers on the website?
Absolutely. I will copy them all now.
Madam Mayor, may I ask just one clarifying question?
Yes.
So there was a question in the chat that someone, and I think I had brought this up myself before, that the map we keep putting, is the map that's out there the actual, is it the city of Burlingame, including the unincorporated, or is it just the voter districts? Because as we all know, there is an unincorporated part of Burlingame that does not get to vote for city council.
Yeah, I think a map that was on the prior presentation had one of those unincorporated areas because it was in a precinct that's assigned to city of Burlingame. And so we had accidentally put it in based on a precinct map based of the city. The current map that is in the presentation is simply a graphic of the city. So it's not intended to be the specific map. When we actually do put up a mapping software, it'll only be the areas of the city that get to vote for council district elections. You might have some residents who live in an unincorporated area that put Burlingame in their address field of their city, even though they're in an unincorporated area. around the city of Burlingame, they wouldn't be in the actual boundaries because these boundaries are only for people who can elect council members.
And just following up on that also, Paul, just really quick, when we divide up the city, do we have to consider precincts? And the reason I ask that is because when they're printing the voter ballots, how does that data get communicated to this county when they're putting the voter ballots together?
Yeah, so it's actually a state by state thing. In California, they do not have a requirement that we follow precincts. You can think of precincts essentially follow the redistricting process because, as you mentioned, if an area is in one school district and one council district, then that will be in a precinct. If across the street, you're in the same council district, but now a new school district, your ballot has to have different candidates on it. So the precincts will be readjusted or adjusted after each redistricting. And we've seen in San Mateo County, the county has already had to do a lot to adjust precinct boundaries based on the redistrictings that have happened or districting processes that have happened in a lot of local government around the county. So they don't like it, but they're very familiar with the process.
Anyone else? If not, we will adjourn this study session and then we'll go into our regular council meeting. Thank you.
Thank you very much for having us.
Sophia and Kimmy. I suggest we wait till 7. I will put.
I would agree. Thanks, Megan.
And then we stay on this line, right?
Correct.
Yes.
I'm going to put up a little note that we'll start at 7. Or I can't do that, so I'll just tell you all we'll start at 7.
Kevin Gardner. Can you hear me?
Yep.
I am going to have you do the Pledge of Allegiance, if you don't mind.
Okay, certainly.
Great, thank you.
Let me get the flag ready.
Megan, can we start?
Yes, let's just get Councilmember Coulson back. Oops, she is in. I don't see her.
I just text her. Not seeing her yet.
She's in the attendees group.
We're gonna move you over, Donna. Oop, I just promoted someone not named Donna to panelist. I'm sorry, Dave. I'm gonna move you back to attendee. It was nice having you. And we'll move Donna over.
There we go. All right, excellent. So I am going to call to order our February 1st Burlingame City Council meeting. I can't believe we're already in the month of February. So we will start with the Pledge of Allegiance. Can I have our Community Director, Kevin Gardner, lead the pledge, please?
It would help if I unmuted. Sorry about that.
All right.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you, Kevin. All right, Megan, can we have roll call, please?
Yes. Councilmember Beach,
Here.
Councilmember Coulson,
Here.
Councilmember Brownrigg,
Here.
Vice Mayor Ortiz,
Here.
Mayor O'Brien.
Here. We did not have a closed session, but we did have a study session previous to our current meeting. I will then go into upcoming events. We have a few of them. So I'm going to start out with the Parks and Rec. The Parks and Recreation Commission has approved the new and improved scholarship program. If you are interested in applying for a scholarship for recreation program, contact Supervisor Claudia Vega at 558-7315, or you can email her cvega, and that's VEGA, at burlingame.org. The Panther Sports Program is taking enrollment, and it starts on the 16th of February. The program teaches youth about fitness, conditioning, and endurance in a fun and safe environment for ages 4th grade to 8th grade. Just a heads up that our Parks Division has been out and about planting 82 city trees throughout Burlingame in the planter strip and the parks. This is the first of 3 plantings that are going to be scheduled for 2021. From the library, just a reminder that February is Love Your Library Month, and there are free books for kids and teens every Saturday from 12 to 2 until the end of the month. Also, the Burlingame Advisory Committee, known as YAC, and the Burlingame Library Teen Advisory Board is presenting a Black History Month movie discussion on Becoming. The discussion will occur on Tuesday, February 23rd from 6 to 8 p.m. The Burlingame Measure I Citizens Oversight Committee is seeking to fill 3 vacancies. The application deadline is the 19th of February at 5 p.m. The County of San Mateo is looking for volunteers to volunteer as medical professionals for vaccination-related activities. Please go to smcgov.nac, and that's knack.com to register. There is a community meeting for Caltrain electrification. This will be held this Wednesday from 6 to 7 p.m. The virtual meeting link is 1-669-900-6833, and the webinar ID is 944-533-54186. Is there any other events that I have not mentioned that my colleagues would like to add in? Okay, then if not, we will go into presentations. So we have 2 this evening. We have a proclamation recognizing Mark Lucchese on his retirement and 50 years of service to the community. And so I just want to see if he is on here.
He is in the attendees list.
Attendees. Okay, perfect. Just wanted to make sure he was there before I started talking. So usually we kind of summarize the proclamations, but I think this time around I am actually going to read the whole thing. He has really dedicated his life to the city of Burlingame, and so I want to make sure that we acknowledge that. So in regards to recognizing Mark Lucchese on his retirement and 50 years of service to the community. Whereas Mark's career in the grocery industry began after college when he assisted his father with their family-run market, Jim's Super in Burlingame, and worked at the Cappuccino Market in Millbrae. And whereas Mark worked for other grocery stores before finding his home at Molly Stone's in 1999, Mark jumped at the opportunity to manage the Burlingame store so that he could take a job in his own hometown. And whereas Mark has worked at Molly Stone's in Burlingame for the past 21 years, and is an institution in the community, from calling many, if not all of us by name, when he sees us, to always having a kind word to say to a new person. And whereas Mark's community presence goes far beyond being a friendly face, as he has also assisted many community fundraisers to benefit Burlingame Intermediate School, Burlingame Community for Education, Burlingame High School Parents Group, and also the Library Foundation. And Mark will be sorely missed by all of us and by his coworkers, who state that he's treated them with the utmost respect, encourages them, and wants only the best for all. Whereas Mark has been married for 48 years and now gets to spend some time with his wife, Kathy, who has been retired for 3 years from her position as principal at St. Veronica's Catholic School. Whereas Mark plans on spending his retirement learning to podcast, surf, skiing, sailing, fishing, training for triathlons, read, and traveling to Italy. And most importantly, Mark will be able to spend more time with his wife, children, and also grandchildren. Whereas Mark's spirit, kindness, and dedication to the community make him truly one of a kind. And all of us will miss seeing him when we make our regular trips to the grocery store. Now, therefore, I, Ann O'Brien Keegren, Mayor of the City of Burlingame, do hereby recognize and honor Mark Lucchese on his retirement and 50 years of service in the community. I would like to add, he's just been such a special person in this city. And I know with the multiple trips I've made to Molly Stone's over the years, he has always had a smile, always has greeted me and asked how the city is doing. So thank you, Mark, for your dedication and your commitment to the city of Burlingame. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to ask each of my colleagues to say a few words. And then I know we may have some department heads on the call that may like to add a few words. And then I'll ask you, Mark, to chime in after we get the public comment. All right. Who from the council would like to start? I will go with Vice Mayor Ortiz.
Great, thank you, Madam Mayor. I just want to say, I think I first met Mark when I was helping my wife with the OLA Fun Fair, and we were going down to pick up some of the donations to Molly Stone. And then there was many trips to Molly Stone to pick up donations for this and that and the other. Then we served together. We actually were members at the Burlingame Rotary Club, where I really got to know Mark. He's a great individual. We've been lucky in Burlingame to have him. He's wonderful, and I'm going to miss seeing him at Molly Stone. Thank you.
Anyone else? Councilmember Coulson.
Thank you. So Mark is a daily fixture in my life. Almost every day I go to the grocery store, and he is always there to greet you with a smile and just makes everyone shopping there feel so welcome. He reminds me so much of my grandfather, who ran a grocery store, and he just has that old world just wonderfulness that, you know, where, like you say, he knew everybody's names, he knows every customer's names, he knows what kind of bags you want, he says hello, asks about the kids. But really, also, I wanted to say, when this pandemic first hit, I remember going in to talk to Mark about it and getting some food out to Samaritan House. And he has a long list of charities he's supported over the years. And, you know, I showed up a couple days later, and there were like 4 grocery carts that, you know, he had given huge discount on food to send out to Samaritan House. And that was Mark. You know, that's the way Mark is. He just, you ask him, you tell him there's a need, and he will fill it and take care of it for the community. And he's beloved, and he will be missed by my whole family.
Anyone else? Councilmember Brownrigg, followed by Councilmember Beach.
I'm going to just speak directly to Mark, just like we do across the cash register. So Mark, you have made a happy store. And as somebody who spent a lot of time in different businesses all around the country, you can tell when people are happy where they work and when they're not. And that starts from the very top. And the culture you've created inside the store is what keeps everybody coming back. My wife, Marty, and I are both going to miss you. We know you're not leaving for good, at least I hope not. So I still plan to see you and darken your door. You have been when people think about what makes a great small town, it's people like you. You are the backbone of communities that are great communities. So Mark, just thank you for all of those years of being a backbone for this community.
Councilmember Beach.
Thank you. Actually, Councilmember Brownrigg really took the words out of my mouth. You've just created an amazing culture at Molly Stones and throughout this community. Thanks for your dedication to community service, first and foremost, and creating a great place to shop and just such a supportive organization for so many nonprofits and organizations and groups and kids. And we can't thank you enough. We'll miss you.
Thank you, Councilmember Beach. I know our city librarian wanted to speak. Mr. McCauley, would you like to speak?
Sorry, thank you, Mayor O'Brien. I did want to say a few things because you covered some of it in the proclamation, but Mark was a member of our Library Foundation from 2002 to 2005. So not only has he over the years given in-kind donations, been very generous with bags and discounts on wine and things like that for our fundraisers, but he's also given a lot of his personal time to our foundation. And I didn't realize he was on the Rotary either with Vice Mayor Ortiz. But just like everybody else has said, Mark has been so generous to the library over the year and has directly contributed to our fundraising efforts, which, as you all know, the foundation pays for all of our programming at events and extra books and things like that. And so he's really done so much for the library over the years. And so also, apparently I'm been named as spokesperson for the schools and whatnot. So I was asked to say thank you for, as you said in the proclamation, elementary schools, BIS, the community, BCE, and the high schools for all his generosity and support through their fundraising efforts over the years too. So Mark, you will be missed, but I'm sure your wife will love it. So thank you very much. Have a good night.
Thank you, Brad. All right, I am going to open it up to public comment. Is there anyone in the public that would like to speak? If so, you can go through the chat or raise your hand.
And Madam Mayor, I'd just like to remind the public that if you do chat, it is to all the panelists now. So it no longer has that level of not being anonymous. I'm at a loss of words tonight.
Thank you, Megan, for that reminder. Okay. I am not seeing anything in the chat or from the public. So maybe, Mark, would you like to say a few words? I see your name popped up on the screen. Do you want to unmute yourself?
That now am I being heard?
There we go.
That's just a little unmute, everybody. Thank you very much. And thank you for the wonderful proclamation and the amazing words that everybody just spoke. I couldn't have scripted it better for you guys. Okay, thank you so very much. And in the interest of keeping my blabbering short, I just wanted to thank you for that. And I do have to get the kids. My grandkids are up visiting from Long Beach with their parents, and I do have to get them in the bathtub here shortly. So if you don't mind, I would just like to thank a few people for this. Obviously, I don't do all of this by myself. I've worked for a wonderful, wonderful ownership the last 28 years, 21 in Burlingame, Mike Stone and his family. And Mike has basically given me an open checkbook. And, when you have somebody else, when you can spend somebody else's money, there's, you have a good time doing it, right? So he allowed me to be a big part of this community, and he gave me, like I said, a blank check. So I want to thank Mike for that, because I just don't do those things on my own. I want to thank I do want to thank my wife of 48 years. Day after tomorrow, we have our 48th wedding anniversary. Excuse me. She's been a grocery widow for those 48 years, and I'm coming home to spend time with her and watch my grandsons grow up, because to be honest with you, I missed most of my kids growing up. So I just want to be, like I've said in the paper, etc., over and over, I want to be a husband, a father, and a grandfather. And I hope to do that. So, and by the way, this is day 2 of me being unemployed. Excuse me. First time I've been unemployed in 50 years. So it's a little strange. Okay. It's a little weird, but I'm unemployed. So, and plan to stay that way for a while. And then finally, I just want to thank my mom and dad, who were grocers here in Burlingame, who taught me correct work ethics. And this proclamation is, God, sorry guys. This proclamation is in their memory. Roy and Bruno Lucchese. Thank you very much for tonight, everybody. Thank you.
Very good. Thank you very much, Mark, for the many years that you've been here in Burlingame. And I do hope you take time now to relax, enjoy, and go into those hobbies that we mentioned in the proclamation.
And finally, I just want to mention that, remember, you're not sending me to Crosby and Gray. I'm going up, I'll be on the Avenue having coffee and visiting the restaurants and all that good stuff and seeing everybody, throughout the upcoming weeks and months, guys. Thanks very much, everybody.
You're quite welcome. We look forward to seeing you around town.
You bet, guys. Thank you. You can go ahead with your meeting. Thank you.
Very good. All right. We will go next. And of course, now I'm trying to find my agenda. To another proclamation recognizing Human Trafficking Month. And I think we do have Pamela Estes on as an attendee. And she is the advocacy coordinator for San Mateo County. And so I want to go over this proclamation, recognizing we are a little late, but January as the National Slavery and Human Trafficking Prevention Month. Whereas the United States designated January 11th as National Human Trafficking Awareness Day in 2007, and beginning in 2010 by presidential proclamation, each January has been designated National Slavery and Human Trafficking Prevention Month. Human trafficking involves commercial sexual exploitation and labor exploitation. Sex trafficking is defined as a commercial sex act that is induced by force, fraud, but if the person has not attained the age of 18 years, fraud or coercion is not required. Labor trafficking also is involved with this. Human trafficking is a human rights violation and a violation of both federal and California law. It also promotes the breakdown of families and communities, fuels organized crime, deprives countries of human capital, and undermines public health and imposes large economic costs. Whereas forced labor, involuntary domestic servitude, and commercial sexual exploitation of adults and youth have been found to exist within local communities. Whereas public awareness about human trafficking still needs to reach broader communities and communicate more information about the nuances of this crime. And whereas the County of San Mateo has dedicated resources, including the San Mateo County Human Trafficking Program, that has been supporting the efforts of the San Mateo County Police Chiefs and Sheriff's Association, and has partnered with other governmental and non-governmental organizations to identify and address human trafficking within San Mateo County. I just want to add that this is really a key time for us as individuals to educate ourselves about human trafficking and crucially learn to spot the signs of human trafficking. It is one of the most serious and barbaric crimes profiting from human misery. There are many individuals in San Mateo County that have been impacted by human trafficking, and it is very important that we help victims find healing, hope, and justice. And it's time for us to act and end the suffering. I would like to know if Pamela Estes would like to say a few words.
Hi, Mayor Keegan. I'm here. So I would like to say a few words if I have a couple of minutes.
Very good.
Thank
Please do
you.
so.
Thank you. So good evening, Mayor and Vice Mayor and City Council members. And thank you so much for taking time and placing this important proclamation on your agenda to bring attention to those participating in the meeting tonight and those who will read the minutes later about the crime of human trafficking. As the mayor said, my name is Pamela Estes, and I am the Human Trafficking Advocacy Coordinator for San Mateo County. I'm here to accept the proclamation on behalf of the Human Trafficking Program. Unfortunately, many people still think that human trafficking is a crime that only happens in another country or to other people, but they couldn't be more wrong. This way of thinking is understandable, however, because although it happens in plain sight, many don't know the signs to look for, and victims rarely identify themselves as victims. Human trafficking is a crime that occurs throughout the United States and even in San Mateo County. Fueled by demand, it happens to women and girls, boys, men, foreign nationals, and even American citizens. In 2020, as part of the Human Trafficking Program, we did an assessment of organizations within the county who might serve victims from San Mateo County and determined that in the year 2019, 304 individuals were identified in the county as having been exploited by a trafficker and victimized by this crime. That's an average of 6 people per week. We have no way of knowing how many people were victimized who are still in the shadows. At the San Mateo County Human Trafficking Program, our responsibilities are to enhance the response to human trafficking countywide. And so we do this in many ways. One of them was this month during January, we had a 4-part webinar series that was free and open to the public to increase the community members' knowledge about this crime. All 4 of the webinars were recorded, so if they were missed, they're now available to the public on the San Mateo County Sheriff's Office YouTube channel. Last week, we offered our 4th webinar, which was sex trafficking of youth. We received many requests that this presentation also be given in Spanish, so we have scheduled that for March 3rd. If anyone's interested in participating in the registration information, it's on our website, stophumantraffickingsmc.org, and it's go under News, NEWS, in the menu bar, and there'll be links to know how to register for the program. It's also going to be live streamed through the CARE-On Facebook page. So thank you so much for making this proclamation part of your evening. I know you have business to take care of, so I appreciate you taking the time to do this and being invited to raise awareness in your community about the crime of human trafficking. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Pamela, for being here this evening. I would like to open it up to public comment to see if anyone else would like to make some comments. As mentioned previously, you can raise your hand and or go through the chat function. I don't see anyone. Is there anyone on the council? Okay, if not, we will move into public comments. Members of the public may speak about any item that is not on the agenda. Members of the public wishing to suggest an item for a future council agenda may do so during this public comment period. The Ralph M. Brown Act prohibits the City Council from acting on any matter that is not on the agenda. So this is the time, if anyone wants to make a public comment, please do so. And then also to the city clerk, if you have received any emails from anyone, that would be great. I do have someone from the public, James Rugomez, please. You may want to mute yourself.
Okay, there.
There
Now, mute myself. You guys have a little different platform than before. And my camera's going to stay off, correct? Okay, thank you. Good evening. Yes. Good evening, Mayor Keegren, City Council, honorable City Council members, hardworking city staff. My name is James Rugomez, and I'm with the San Mateo County Building and Construction Trade Council. And I would like to just talk a little bit about working family, prevailing rate versus working family platform, because of some comments I'm going to make later or a future agenda item, hopefully, that you guys could put on the agenda. A lot of the, some of your guys' public work is paid at prevailing rate due to state taxes. Prevailing rate is calculated by the area standards of the wages that workers receive in that area. When you have a prevailing wage job, you're paying that total package, which is a wage, healthcare, retirement, and training under the work and family platform, and you pay that to the worker on his check. And that worker's not buying healthcare or pension or any of those things. So you open up the door for unscrupulous contractors to come in and commit a crime called wage theft, one of the highest rated crimes amongst American workers today. If you convert a prevailing wage project into a community workforce agreement project, you ensure that the work and family platform is being adhered to. The work and family platform is receive a wage that you could live on, and even though you receive a decent wage, you're paying half your money to rents and mortgages. Healthcare, not only healthcare for the worker, but healthcare for the entire family. Retirement dollars gets invested back into safe investments like municipal stocks and bonds. Therefore, it's like recycling the money. The money comes back to the community to rebuild our infrastructures when we have bonds for our schools or for our cities. And finally, we fund one of the largest privately funded education systems in these United States. So it ensures that the work is going to be done with skilled and trained workforce, that the job is going to be done right the first time, on time, and on budget. And I'd hope that you would consider your future city projects that are prevailing rate fall under a community workforce agreement, also known as a PLA. Now, when people ask me, I represent 24 construction unions, 16,000 highly skilled men and women. Many of them may be in attendance tonight. I can't tell through the chat function, but if they'd raise their hands right now, you'd see how many of them are in attendance. And we'd hope in the future that your prevailing wage projects can be done under one of these workforce agreements that ensures that work and family platform that I explained. Also hires local contractors, local workers, returning veterans, pre-apprentices. Now in the time of COVID, it is even more important.
That was 3 minutes. Would you like to give him a little bit more time?
James, let's just wrap it up in the next 10 seconds.
Now during COVID time, it ensures that the local contracting dollars will be spent on local workers that you guys represent. So thank you so much for listening to me tonight and giving me a little extra time.
Thank you. Anyone else like to make a public comment? Leonard, oops. Okay, it looks like there are no other hands raised, and I don't see anyone through the chat. So we will move on to the next item on our agenda, and that is the approval of the consent calendars. Anyone on the council want to remove anything? Councilmember Brownrigg.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I'd like to briefly talk about item 8B as in boy and D as in David.
Okay, I actually had 8D that I wanted to pull off too. Anyone else? All right, is there anyone from the public that wants to pull anything off the consent calendar?
Madam Mayor, I have a request for 8B as well.
Okay. All right, so on that note, does anyone want to make a motion for approval of the rest of the consent calendar items?
So moved, Madam Mayor.
Second.
Motion made by Vice Mayor Ortiz, seconded by Council Member Colson. This is approval of item 8A, C, E, F, G, and H. Those in favor, say aye. Oh, actually, I have to do roll call, don't I? Okay, let's do this on a roll call. Sorry about that.
Councilmember Beach,
Yes.
Councilmember Colson,
Yes.
Councilmember Brownrigg,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Ortiz,
Yes.
Mayor O'Brien.
Yes. Motion passes 5-0. So now we'll go on to item 8B. Michael, did you want the staff report on this, or did you have a question, or how do you want to proceed?
No, thank you, Madam Mayor. No, I can just ask Mr. Mertuz, our Director of Public Works, a quick question. This has to do with the return, as I understand it, of some lands around the Broadway overpass that now will come into city control. Am I understanding that correctly, Syed?
That is correct.
So my question is this: those lands in the project that we approved long ago, which led to Mayor Ortiz putting his name up on the bridge. In the project approval, they were supposed to landscape that land, and obviously it hasn't happened yet. So I just want to make sure that that's going to happen before this reverts. I didn't see it in the staff report. If it was somewhere buried in the report, I apologize, but I just wanted to confirm that.
Councilmember Brownrigg, I would like to clarify that the land that we are giving we are getting from Caltrans is actually the portions of Broadway and Rollins intersection, and also the intersection of Airport Boulevard and Old Bayshore Highway, and the landscaping that city needs to maintain or city wanted. It's all included in that area. However, the landscaping you may be referring to, which is Caltrans landscaping, is outside of this area. And my understanding is Caltrans is working with the Transportation Authority to get that funded and then complete the design and bid that project out.
Okay, so I must have misunderstood the map as to what we were getting. I had the impression from the map that we were getting all of that sort of raw land, but that's not what we're getting in this transaction.
Yes, that's correct, yes.
Thank you for clarifying my confusion. Thank you.
Councilmember Coulson.
Thank you. But Councilman Brownrigg, you do bring up a good point, which is as these municipal projects carry on along the Bayfront, whenever there's an opportunity for us to potentially purchase land or get into a partnership with land where we can then, especially in areas of critical sea level rise need and protection, it would be really important, Director Matuza, for somehow the council, and even if we don't have the funding to purchase it, for example, the land that the TA had, it would have been wonderful if we could have figured out a way to purchase that through the flood and sea level resiliency, rise resiliency district. So I think there's going to potentially be opportunities along the way. So if you can just keep us informed as these lands potentially come up along the Bayfront, I think they could be important additions to the Bay Trail connectors and also to the flood and sea level rise conversation.
We'll definitely do that.
Thank you. All right. Is there anyone from the public that would like to speak on this item?
Madam Mayor, I have an email from Benito. I've also forwarded it to council because he included a picture. But his email says, before you act, have the city take over portions of state right-of-way. Please consider the condition of the areas the city will be maintaining. You have the most leverage at this point to compel Caltrans to make meager improvements before they relinquish this to the city. Caltrans is eager to relieve themselves of dead weight. If the shoe were on the other foot and the city was trying to relinquish something to the state, they would not hesitate to ask the same of the city. Things like making sure the lighting on the PED bike overpass actually works. It currently does not, and it is dangerous for Burlingame folks to cross that bridge after 5:30 p.m. without any working lights. Or making sure that they have countdown signals, working bike detection, pavement with no damage, advanced stop limit lines so drivers are discouraged from stopping in the crosswalk. These were things we had hoped Caltrans contractor would have done in 2017, but didn't. Perhaps elements from your adopted bike PED plan or just simple but impactful traffic improvements. This is the best time to do this. Thank you.
Thank you, Megan. Is there anyone? Let's see. Council member, anyone else from the public, Megan, before I go back to council?
Nope, that's the only one.
Okay, great. Thank you, Megan. Council member Beach.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I'd like to ask Director Matuza to address the public comment question. Has Caltrans fulfilled their obligations to us per the original plans? And are there any broken fixtures or things that they are obligated to fulfill? Or does our Public Works Department feel comfortable that it's in a state of good repair?
Councilmember Beach, prior to accepting the relinquishment, staff has inspected both between Parks and Recreation and Public Works to see the state of condition of the infrastructure. They are in acceptable condition. Regarding the some of the amenities that the email public comment came through that indicates some of the pedestrian signals not working, that is not in this area, that is outside of the areas of acceptance, and staff has been working on those issues and have fixed it, and issues has come back multiple times, and so we are, every time it comes back, we have been on it, and currently it's in working condition. With regards to the plans, fulfillment of the original plans, yes, Caltrans has fulfilled their obligation from construction point of view. However, as the project has taken a number of years, the plans and the standards have changed. However, Caltrans were obligated to construct the original design, which was approved. So since that time, there could be perception that the current standards have not implemented because the project has taken at least a decade since it was originally designed. So, and as staff is looking into updating the bike ped plan in terms of implementation, we will be adding various elements of signal modernization and bike lanes and other amenities to bring the areas that needs improvement.
Thank you, Mr. Martusa, for your clarification. All right, on that note, I think we can move forward. Can I get a motion, please?
Move to approve item 8B.
Second.
Motion made by Councilmember Beach and seconded by Councilmember Brownrigg. Can we have a roll call? Megan, please.
Councilmember Beach,
Yes.
Councilmember Coulson,
Yes.
Councilmember Brownrigg,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Ortiz,
Yes.
Mayor O'Brien.
Yes, motion passes 5-0. Okay, move forward to item 8D, the adoption of a resolution authorizing the acceptance of a $15,000 donation and further authorizing an amendment to the fiscal year 2020-21 adopted budget to appropriate funds from the donation to the Police Department Jail Renovation Project. And Councilmember Brownrigg.
Madam Mayor, you said you also wanted to pull it, so I'll defer to you if I may, and if follow up if need be.
Okay, I actually just wanted to make a comment. It was actually nice to see this report, and so I really wanted to pull it off the consent just to mention it publicly so the our community knows what this is about. And so we had an anonymous donor that donated $15,000 toward our police department to use in the best way they felt fit. And so the police department has made the decision to do a jail renovation project that really helps convert the former jail to a sleeping quarters to help accommodate our employees that are really forced to commute, long distances. So they have a place to stay if need. And, I don't know who this donor is, but I would really like to thank them for this donation. I know, we hear so many negative things about the police departments nationwide, and it's really nice to see a positive in a community like ours of a constituent that really feels that the police department has been such a positive force in our community. So I would like to thank them for this donation, and I will refer back to Councilmember Brownrigg and then maybe Chief Matucci after Councilmember Brownrigg.
Well, thank you for those eloquent words, Madam Mayor. I completely echo your comment. I also just wanted to say that to me, it's another indication of the innovation of our chief and the leadership. This might be called thinking inside the box, or maybe thinking about the box, but I think it's a really great way to use that space. So I appreciate the chief and thinking about that. And then just the more general comment that, this is what it's come to with a shortage of housing, that we need to have, overnight quarters for our policemen and women in a former jail because of the long distances that people are traveling. So, but in particular, wanted to thank the donor. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Brownrigg. I would like to open this up to Chief Matucci if you'd like to say a few words.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, when the donor himself, or it's actually a family in Burlingame, and he didn't ask specifically to be anonymous, but I just, I felt like it probably wasn't right saying the family name during the meeting here. But I can certainly reach out to the person and see if it's okay if I give the name to you if you want to reach out to him in person and thank him. Again, I've thanked him. I've had many conversations with him and the family and thanked him. And it's just a gracious offer. And I think it's a great use of the money. He was really excited. Yeah, he came to me and just asked, what we needed and what would work to benefit the department as a whole. And so when I suggested that to him, he really loved the idea and thought it was great. And so he was, really happy to give it. But it's certainly a gracious donation and certainly unexpected, but really thankful.
Thank you, Chief Matucci. And again, thank you very much to the donor and their family. On that note, Megan, may we have a roll call for item 8D?
I'm going to check on public comment first, but I haven't received any emails. I don't see any chats, and there's no hands up.
Motion to approve.
Second.
A motion made by Councilmember Brownrigg, seconded by Vice Mayor Ortiz. Can we have a roll call, please?
Councilmember Beach,
Yes.
Councilmember Coulson,
Yes.
Councilmember Brownrigg,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Ortiz,
Yes.
Mayor O'Brien.
Yes. Motion passes 5-0. Thank you. We are going to enter into public hearings. We have 2 public hearings this evening, so we will start with item 9A. And that is the introduction of an ordinance adopting a development agreement between the City of Burlingame and 220 Park Road, Burlingame LLC, related to the development project at 220 Park Road, which is the historic post office building. Who is going to, is it Kevin Gardner? You're going to go over the staff report?
Thank you, Madam Mayor and members of the City Council. On April 9th of 2020, 220 Park Burlingame LLC filed an application for the adaptive reuse and redevelopment of the former post office property at 220 Park Road, plus a portion of the adjacent city parking lot known as Lot E. On November 23rd of 2020, the Planning Commission approved the associated entitlements for the development. However, the development agreement associated with the project is to be reviewed and acted on separately by the City Council. Typically, a development agreement is used so that a city may provide benefits for a project otherwise not available under the regular permitting system, with the intent to encourage development of the project. In return, cities may receive community benefits that the city could not otherwise compel or require through the regular development entitlement process. The City Council reviewed draft items for the development agreement at a special study session on November 4th, 2020. The initial terms of the development agreement have been refined and clarified since then and have been incorporated into the development agreement that is before the City Council tonight. The staff report outlines the key terms of the development agreement, as well as clarifications and changes from the term sheet reviewed by the City Council on November 4th. I won't go through those now, but staff can answer questions on those. And with that, I'd like to take the opportunity to introduce Edward Schaefer of Burke, Williams & Sorensen, who is outside counsel related to the city, retained by the city to prepare the development agreement and also answer questions. The development team has also prepared a presentation and can answer questions from the council in the public hearing. So I'll stop here, but staff is available for questions after the introduction of the ordinance.
Great, thank you, Kevin. Actually, does anyone have a question of Kevin? Okay. If not, can we then have someone make the motion to read the title of the proposed ordinance and introduce it?
So I make a motion to read the title of the ordinance and introduce the ordinance.
Second.
So motion made by Councilmember Brownridge, seconded by, I think it was Vice Mayor Ortiz.
Yep.
Can we have a roll call?
Councilmember Beach,
Yes.
Councilmember Coulson,
Yes.
Councilmember Brownrigg,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Ortiz,
Yes.
Mayor O'Brien.
Yes, so motion passes.
Go ahead. Would you like me to read the title?
Yes, go ahead.
An ordinance of the City of Burlingame adopting a development agreement between the City of Burlingame and 220 Park, Burlingame LLC, related to the development project at 220 Park Road, historic post office project. Now we should do a motion to waive further reading and introduce the ordinance.
Motion to waive further reading and introduce the ordinance.
Second.
So motion made by Councilmember Coulson, seconded by Vice Mayor Ortiz. Those in favor?
Councilmember Beach,
Sorry.
Councilmember Beach,
Yes.
Councilmember Coulson,
Yes.
Councilmember Brownrigg,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Ortiz,
Yes.
Mayor O'Brien. I think you're saying yes, but you're on mute.
Motion passes. Very good. So actually what we'll do now is we will open it up to the presentation. Mr. Hopkins, are you doing the presentation? Who's doing the presentation from your team?
Good evening. It'll be myself and Andrew Turco, who's
Okay, very
also in the meeting. And I hope Andrew or others, there we go. Very good. Well, thank you, Madam Mayor and council members. My name is Dave Hopkins of Saris Regis Group. Absolutely thrilled to be here tonight, along with our entire team, who you can see joining now in panelist boxes. Wanted to start with a sincere thank you to staff, the Planning Commission, Historical Society, many community members, and certainly each of you who have participated in our process for now over a year. The project's benefited from the input we've received, and we sincerely hope you recognize that we've listened and reacted each step of the way. We put plans together on this site just before the pandemic, and there's been steady progress despite various challenging circumstances. A lot of the credit goes to the city staff and many in this meeting right now. The development agreement before you tonight really knits together various agreements which facilitate a long overdue yet very complicated project. The agreement includes a lot of benefits and that the city will realize, but perhaps the most significant fact here is that the city's town square in combination with this project will bring significant energy, pedestrian traffic, and spending to downtown at a time where it's never been needed more. I'm going to turn it over to Andrew Turco, but you can see Steve Dostard and Molly Ricker are here with me, and we're all available for questions. And with that, Andrew, I will turn it to you.
Thanks, Dave. And good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, and council members. Thanks for your time tonight. Next slide, please. I'm excited as well, just like Dave. I think we're finally at the final strokes moving through this. We've been before this body, as well as Planning Commission, as well as some community outreach sessions several times over the past year. And it's exciting to be where we are. So just to reiterate a little bit of the context, not that this is anything that you don't already know, but we were very appreciative and very excited to receive approval from the Planning Commission back in November for our project design, the historic variances, and the CEQA study. Tonight, the item under consideration is the development agreement itself, which is essentially the organizing documents for what is really a pretty complex project. The purpose is that by nailing these items down now and getting them locked in, it will help speed the process out the gate starting essentially tomorrow. And it will make everything from here on out very quick and efficient because it's already locked in. Next slide, please. I would summarize the development agreement is fairly lengthy, but I would just summarize there's essentially 7 key items that I just want to run through real quick and just kind of give a quick explanation, make ourselves available for questions. Next slide, please. The first item is really a commitment that we're making on for permit and construction commitment. We are really excited to move this project forward. We have a kickoff meeting tomorrow, knock on wood, assuming the outcome tonight is positive, with our design team to advance our construction drawings that will get submitted for permitting and the plan check process. You know, we're excited really to take a site that right now is underutilized and vacant and is potentially in some ways distracting in some context to one that's really active and fulfills kind of the potential for this site. And we're excited about that transformation. The schedule in the DA is an outside date. It is, you know, kind of almost a worst case scenario, but I just want to express to this council that we anticipate moving forward as quickly as possible. We are on track and anticipating to submit plan check permit submittals this spring for the project. Next slide, please. A second key element of the project, I won't go into too much depth here either because it's been discussed pretty extensively, but is an underground easement under Lot E that allows for an underground parking structure for the office building to be constructed in a more efficient way. And additionally, beyond that, to make that parking available to the public in the evenings on the weekends. It's something we've talked about The DA really includes the easement and maintenance agreement for that, that consideration that's been discussed for a while, so that when we get to that stage in the process, it is a matter of simply executing that agreement, putting it in place, and then that parking becomes available. You know, we're excited about it. We think that this is a huge opportunity for downtown to have basically an additional 275 parking stalls that are unobtrusive. They're basically invisible. They're underground, and yet they will go to supporting all of the nearby restaurants, retailers, downtown areas, civic uses that happen on the future town square. As Lot E is developed for the future town square in the near future, and those existing parking stalls disappear to make way for the town square, there will be even more parking stalls created in its place in the underground parking. Next slide, please. We've discussed this as well. We remain committed to a $2 million contribution to the city, which we know the city is likely to put forward to use towards constructing the town square. We're as committed as the city is to making the town square happen. It's literally our front door to our project. When we're starting to provide our renderings and we're putting together our plans, that's the view that we show everybody. So we are 100% excited about this. That is one element that just gets codified through this DA. Next slide, please. The fourth element I'll call is the town square improvements. These are further improvements kind of above and beyond that the city has full discretion to use. What the DA does is it essentially puts a mechanism and a timeline for how those decisions get made. Again, full city control. The idea is we want to set everything in place with this DA that allows things to just move forward as quickly as possible. Next slide, please. A fifth element of the DA, the post office and construction staging use of Lot E and a portion of the Park Road parking stalls for a portion of this. Kind of winding back a little bit, part of what makes this project exciting and also made it a little challenging, we'll be honest, is that the crux of it is the preservation of the portions of the historic post office building. That's really what drove the design. It's what drove kind of the creativity to this. What it does result in is we are, as you all know, literally going to be moving the post office off-site to make room for construction, then put it back in place so that no one will know the difference. We've engaged with many historic consultants and contractors to talk about this. The shorter the distance that this post office can move, obviously the reduced risk that anything happens to it and that it can be put back in place. And so what the DA does is just kind of lay out the mechanism and the organization for how the post office will sit on Lot E, how construction stage will interact with it. The benefit is it also just overall will contain construction as close to the site as possible. We would like to minimize the impact of downtown. We recognize this is an iconic, very central, very visible site. That's why we're excited about the end project. We realize that comes with certain impacts from construction, and our idea with this is to try to keep things as condensed and confined as possible. Next slide, please. Now, the first five elements the DA talked about are all very familiar to everyone on this council. They were part of the study session back in October and have been discussed for a while. But we have heard input from you and city staff and other members of the community, and we've added a few additional things, and those I would just want to highlight real quick right now. One is, above and beyond the $2 million contribution to the town square, what we in the past month and a half have committed to doing is actually building out a portion of the town square that sits above the underground parking garage. This is really in response to a lot of feedback that we got saying we really want the post office lobby and the future use, whatever it is, whether it's a restaurant, a retail, or a brew pub, whatever that is, to really link with the town square and serve as activation. So we're taking this on above and beyond the $2 million. A portion on the top will be reserved for the tenant of that post office space and really be able to activate it. The entire rest of it will be available for public use. We're really excited about this. Next slide, please. The seventh item, again, kind of taking you back to the post office itself. The ultimate goal here and our main priority is getting this project going as quickly as possible. We are moving forward as quickly as possible, and we will commit that we will continue to do that. But we do realize that there is a process of plan check comments and approvals from PG&E and approvals for utilities, and there is some lag before we'll actually be able to break ground. And so we've recognized that there was a desire for some interim use. And so essentially starting tomorrow, we'll be preparing the submittal for a fence wrap for the site that at least in the near term will activate the site until construction starts very soon. We will address graffiti cleanup, kind of general just maintenance of the property. We're going to be working with the current property owner to implement those steps, and then implementing some historic preservation that just basically maintains the critical historic elements so they don't get damaged further. Right now, they're currently sitting out in the elements and are vacant and unused. We have, again, just as much an interest to protect them. We're going to be reusing them, and we're committing to basically starting that soon. Next slide, please. Those overall are kind of, I would call them the framework of the DA, and I just wanted to lay them out to kind of tee up any conversation that follows. But I would be remiss if I didn't just add a couple other things besides what's explicitly laid out in the DA. With the approval of the project, there will be a $3.5 million affordable housing linkage fee that we as the project will pay. There's about $1.4 million worth of impact fees. These go to things like the police department, library, fire, city streets, parks. And in general, we're excited that this project, especially in a time like now, will really bring activity to the downtown. It puts office workers, shopping locally right here. It provides a reason for people to come downtown in general. It provides parking to incentivize even further for people to come downtown. Nonetheless, that it is next to transit once that becomes more appealing again post-COVID. And we're really excited about that. We've done a rough back of the envelope calculation. We think there's about a $1.9 million increase in tax basis for the county resulting from this, a little over 300,000 for Burlingame itself, 167 construction jobs created by this. I cite these facts only to kind of give further color and to just express how excited we are by this. Next slide, please. And with that, I want to close out my presentation. Thank you again all for your time, especially over the past several months, and make ourselves available for any questions.
Thank you, Mr. Turco, for the presentation. I'm going to ask my colleagues if they have questions. I will start out actually with two questions. One for you, Mr. Turco. It says under the term sheet that the developer can charge for public parking at rates up to 125% of the amount of city charges at the Highland Garage. One, I want to know why you'd be charging that type of rate, because I look at the parking as a public amenity that the community is able to use in the evenings and then also on the weekends. So I would hope that maybe what you could do is charge the same as, the city, and people would pay Saturdays like they normally do here in Burlingame, and then not have to pay for parking in the evenings after 6 o'clock and on Sundays and holidays. So that's my first question for you.
Yeah, I can jump in on that one. I'm sorry. It's just so the historical facts are set straight. We modeled this off downtown Redwood City's parking plans in private office buildings. So the 125% of city rates is coming exactly from a form that was pulled from Redwood City, which has significant precedent for this. We're nowhere near cost recovery for what it costs from an expense perspective to operate the garage at 125%. The Highland Garage, I think that was picked as a reference point working with staff. And, I think it's a challenging thing to take away any opportunity for revenue to offset just to partially offset expenses. The percentage is as to 125%. Steve, I might defer to you.
Yeah, it's just to have a person there. Yeah. We will barely cover anything. It's token, but it helps us rationalize having a live body there if somebody gets stuck in the garage, because that's the point. Yeah, it's not extortionary. The rates are cheap. Yeah, I know it sounds funny that it's a little higher, but that's what it is. And that's how the city came up with it, because they wanted people like us to make sure there was an attendant. It was to make it more friendly.
Maybe we can further discuss this, because I looked at this, in our previous discussions, that this would be more of an amenity for the community. And if you're paying 120, if it's the 125% of the amount the city charges, then to me, it doesn't become an amenity. It becomes a cost for the community. So I'm just Maybe my colleagues can mull over that, and I might be in the minority in how I'm looking at this, but at least I wanted to ask that question. And then secondly, my other question is under the agreement where you have, and this is for Kevin Gardner, where we have the restoration project involves removing the historic facade. So it looks like it would be stored temporarily in parking places along Park Road and parking lot E. So my first question is, how many parking spaces would it take? And second of all, 19 months is a long time. And so I'm wondering why we wouldn't be charging a fee.
So it's correct. The part of the building, the intent is to move each wing of the building just one direction. So the lobby will move into the parking lot, and then the facade along Park Road will move into the Park Road spaces. And my understanding is the original term sheet included an exemption for the storage of those pieces as it was related to there is a benefit to the city to retain the historic portions of the building. So the first 24 months of the storage of those pieces of the historic building are considered in the interest of the community as well as the project. Should it take longer than that, then that's when rent starts to get paid on those spaces. But that was the original concept of allowing the storage. It is quite a bit of time, but it's a complex project, and it would need that much time to do the excavation and then move everything back into place.
Okay, so that's another question I'd like my colleagues to mull over. I think 19 months is a long time. My expectation is that it is preserved. But if you're going to store it, I think we should be asking for some type of fee during that time period. If it was, maybe we can divide it into timeframes, but I do think 19 to 24 months is a very long time. All right. So
one thing I would ask Mayor O'Brien to consider, I'm trying to remember the number, but I think it's costing something like $5 million to move it. It is massively expensive to do what we're doing. And I know you want to be fair. I get it. I totally get it, how it looks on the surface. It is so expensive to do this. It puts the project in a whole different category of cost.
Right. And I'm not saying you have to move it, but I'm saying maybe we consider charging some type of fee in order to store it, utilizing our public parking spaces. I know it'd be very expensive to move. That's not what I'm asking.
I mean to put it where we're going to put it. just to put it that close, it's massively expensive, and it's just a budget. The staff offered this. We've been fixing a budget to get the project done based on that, and so it's just kind of a last minute change of, oh, there's more money now. That's it. But I get that. I get the logic. I totally hear what you're saying. It's just sort of a last minute, we're going to throw some more costs at you. It's already really, really expensive. That's all I would ask you to think about, to maybe have a little sympathy.
All right, to my colleagues, who would like to go next? Let's have Councilmember Beach, followed by Councilmember Coulson.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, and thank you to the project team for the presentation. Huge thanks to staff for working with the project team. It's clear that from our last study session, a lot of that input was taken into consideration to work through the new development agreement. I really appreciate the building out the terrace for public use that was incorporated. I was concerned in our last meeting about the escalator, although I'm concerned 5% might not even be close to what construction escalators could be. It came up from last time, and there's an escalator after 3 years, so appreciate that. Appreciate the flexibility that's built into the $2 million contribution to our future town square, and that fees, it seems reasonable, fees stay stable for a couple of years to me, but then after 3 years, the city fees, which I appreciate you quantified, are significant for our affordable housing fund and other public works and other funds could increase. So that was really good to see all that. My first question, and then probably a follow-up with the project team. The first question is for the city attorney. So Mr. Spanso, can you just clarify though, that $2 million contribution to our future town square, When do we actually see it? When does it come into city control so that we can put it to work on the future town square? And I think I understand what the document said, but I just want to clarify my understanding.
So I will let Ed Schaefer correct me if I'm wrong, but it's going to be post-closing, and that's going to be somewhat of a moving target because we don't really control when the project will close. We just know the outside date of 5 years. So we know that after that, but before the permits are approved on the city's end, that's when we'll receive the $2 million contribution for the town square. And Ed, please chime in if I got that wrong or if you'd like to elaborate anymore.
I don't.
Ed, you there? Looks like we might be missing it. Oh, there we go.
Here he comes. Ed, you're unmuted if you can answer the question.
I can jump in. It is upon issuance of the superstructure permit. Superstructure permit, for those who aren't familiar with construction terminology, that's sometimes referred to as core and shell. So that's one of the, hopefully that may also be another term that people aren't familiar with, but it's basically when the outside, that's the big permit. So once that is issued, that is when the $2 million is due and payable.
And we do have Ed now, I think, available to chat. No.
Oh, Ed, we can't hear you.
And maybe your headphones aren't working.
Yeah.
Do you hear me now?
There we go. You're going to be a frequent talker, so we want to figure it out.
Sorry, but I'm on power failure mode here at home.
Uh-oh.
And actually, Mr. Schaefer, thanks for just introducing yourself so the members of the public know who you are. Sure.
Edward Schaefer with the law firm Burke Williams Sorensen, serving as outside counsel to the city on the negotiation and drafting of the development agreement. So the agreement requires an outside closing date of 5 years, which the applicant hopes to occur sooner. And then it calls for the developer to commence construction, which means pull all the permits and actually start work. And one of those permits is the superstructure permit. And the agreement requires paying the $2 million contribution as part of pulling the superstructure permit. And that would be 5 years with some cushion for force majeure delays that might extend the 5-year time period.
So I appreciate that clarification, and this is the heart of my question. So we've had a chain link fence for many, many years, longer than Councilmember Coulson and I. This is our 6th year on council, and you know the thought of another 5 years potentially before anything happens, but particularly before that $2 million gets transferred to the city is of concern, so that we can start to work on the town square. But it sounds like even the superstructure permit has up to 5 years. Can you help us understand why that has to be such a long runway? Because that seems like a bit of a red flag from the layperson's point of view.
And there was a lot of discussion and negotiation with the applicant on that question. And it comes down to the financing required for them to purchase the property and fund construction, including the $2 million payment, and giving the lending community comfort that in terms of potential upturns and downturns in the economy, and they're wanting to arrange tenants for the property to show, again, to get the financing to develop the property. They're wanting the flexibility of that time span. They say repeatedly that they intend and hope to build more quickly, but they asked for that time period as an outside limit, just to give them that flexibility to deal with the lenders. The lenders in these times especially are somewhat skittish and look at that kind of, they don't want to be up against a short time period to arrange the financing. That's my understanding, and the applicant may be able to respond in more detail as to why they felt it so important to have that longer time period.
I'd be happy to, if that's okay, council member.
Yes, go ahead, Mr.
Okay.
Hopkins.
Yeah, so, the idea is to line up the fees with the land closing with the construction financing closing, because it's a $210 million project. That's what we're talking about here. The $2 million is material, but we're talking about lining everything up in order to close at one point in time, and we move forward with $210 million of work. The reality is this fee would be paid the same way any other fee, the linkage fee was mentioned earlier. All those other fees are paid at that same point in time. So we can't start any work until this fee is completely funded. And we have every incentive to start far sooner than 5 years. Many incentives, none the least of which is cost, as it is associated with the land. So yeah, we're at a unique point in time. The capital markets have never quite seen something like this, but this site and this location and this project and everything that's been pulled together with the city is a remarkable project that we think will be the first to be financed, in the post-pandemic world. So we're very confident, and that's what you've been hearing consistently from us in our team. But that's why the fees get paid when the fees get paid. When you have permit-ready drawings, your contractors price the work, what it costs, and a construction lender comes in, and construction lenders aren't in the business of taking much risk. They want to know what everything costs.
Appreciate that. Madam Mayor, one quick follow-up. So then that's helpful context. And Mr. City Attorney, if let's say the project starts and the fees are paid, they're rolling, something happens, something unforeseen happens, that $2 million payment and all the fees are paid to the city, that can't be retracted at any point at that point, no matter what happens to the project. Is that an accurate statement?
That is definitely my understanding. I'll let Mr. Schaefer chime in if he believes differently, but that is the way it's written.
There's no provision for refunding fees.
Okay. All right. Thank you for that.
Okay, Councilmember Coulson, please.
Thank you very much. So first of all, I do think this is an incredibly important economic development project for the city of Burlingame. If you really couch it in that format, not only does it bring in some of the fees and some housing linkage fees, but it brings in jobs, it brings in business, and I think it's really going to activate and help connect the Highland Job to the Burlingame Avenue area. I just really want to also compliment the team, because this project is an incredibly, with the historic covenant and the historic building on it, it creates a very complicated, complex, and as was mentioned, costly underpinning to get this project renovated and done. And it also is going to require bringing in very, and I understand, very specialized people who have backgrounds in historic preservation and working with the assets that we have. All of that is very expensive. So for me, one of the number one things is this an organization that can execute and steward and then complete the project? And I believe they are. So I have a lot of confidence in this team and really want to make sure we figure out a way to make this all work. So I don't have any problem with the 5 years. It's, I really hope it isn't 5 years, but you're giving us your word that you're pushing forward and working forward, but you need that outside range in order to secure financing and work to possibly even get a tenant. And it's a tenant and the rate that you're going to get that's going to drive the ability to finance the project, and all those things have to line up. And I completely understand that. I think probably what makes it hard for some of us is, like we say, is that it has been served. It has taken a while to get it's taken a while for the current owner to find a partner that can execute. So it feels probably longer to the public than it does to you because of the time that we've all had to be involved. I would say, going back to the specific exact questions then, that's kind of my overarching conversation. But with regard to the parking rates, it sounds like there's a differential. It won't just be metered parking sitting in there. There's going to be an attendant in there. So if, for example, elderly people were parking in there and they wanted to be close and proximate, someone that could guide them and help them, and it's not going to be metered parking. Is that correct?
Yeah, Steve, you can speak to the operational side if that's okay.
Yeah. So, I mean, you will get a ticket. You'll pull in, you'll pull a ticket. It'll record the time you entered, and then you'll pay when you're leaving. But we just have found that it's prudent to have somebody around during those hours. Yeah.
I
if
actually
somebody needs help, there's somebody there.
Yeah, and I also think for security reasons, it's really, really important to have a live, person and body there, along with cameras and things, to make sure that, anyone who's using the parking garage at 11 o'clock at night, our children, our elderly parents, it's a safe place. So now that you explain it in that way, I understand why you're asking for a bit of a premium, and I would defer back to the mayor, but if there was a clause that said in there that you would staff it, there would be someone who would be in there to monitor it, make sure people were helped, and that it was, visually, there was someone there keeping track of people. I'm hoping the council could get behind that, because I think that is a little extra benefit.
The one thing that I was going to jump in, our goal is to break ground this fall. So that's what we're targeting. We are not planning to hold for a tenant. We're planning to go even without a tenant. And our objective is that the building will look complete from the outside by the end of 2023. So by the end of 2 years from now. So that's where we're heading. It's just sort of like we want to put on the safety belt. We don't think we're going to get in an accident, but we want a safety belt on just in case.
I completely understand. It's a very reasonable business point for which you could ask. With regard to the storage, for the storage, which the one really interesting benefit of that is going to be that moving that historic piece locally and then doing that work right there locally, it'll be interesting and an opportunity for the public to watch how this goes. And again, I know this is going to take a lot of very, very special and highly qualified people to do that work. So thank you. And maybe, we could divide that in half, and maybe we could do 12 months, you guys do free, and then 12 months, we split that up, but that'd kind of be where I'd come down. And then the last piece that, sort of stuck out to me was, it's actually not anything, I don't think, to do with the developer, but it's more to do with the city's policy. That $2 million allocated for the town square, there's a provision in the development agreement that essentially allows that to somehow go into the city's general fund. I'm pretty uncomfortable with that. I would prefer that we have an account line item, and it sits there and it gathers interest on it, or if there's additional payments because of deferred. I just think the problem I have is as we saw in some of the city planning discussions we had around this, there's a lot of pressure. We are getting $3.5 million for affordable housing. We're getting another $1.5 million and a lot of other community benefits. But to me, this community benefit is critical, and the money has to be there to build this plaza. And I don't want to put future councils under the duress and pressure of all the different, there are so many needs in the city, but this money was allocated for that project, and I think it should sit there. If for some reason the project falls all apart, and we don't, some future council will steward that money, and then when that project is ready, it will be available, that funding will be available to do that work. I think it's critical to knit these two together. I want to make sure the money's there, and I would be more aligned with having more specific language that could not go back to the general fund. And that would be it for me.
I'm sorry, I wanted to chime in on that real quick, Councilmember Coulson. Later today, staff and I discussed this a little bit, and we wanted to ensure that you knew that there wasn't city reasons why we couldn't do that. It's more that the money coming from the project, we believe, should be unencumbered. When it gets to the city, that's when we can attach strings or we can earmark it to that fund. However, having the condition of it coming from the actual developer does create some issues that we want to avoid.
Okay, so we don't have to have that issue coming from the developer, and I don't think that's what I'm asking. What I'm asking is that we as a city council are maybe, I want to make sure that we all have consensus here that that money is earmarked for that project and that it's not going to be susceptible to what are going to be very big economic pressures in the next 3 or 4 years to go to something that's, you know, not aligned with this project. I think it's important that that money was given for that project and it aligns for that. However, we have to do that.
So I think that we can do that outside of this process. We can ask you to take a vote at some point down the road, committing to use that funding for that purpose.
So to our city manager, when would the timing be on that?
I mean, I think that could happen anytime. We might want to see how we're doing on the town square process as we get a little bit further into that and we know what we're talking about in terms of a cost. That might be a good opportunity to say, you know, it's a $2.5 million project. We have 2 from the developer. Where are we going to find the additional 500,000 or whatever the total cost ends up being? And I think that's when some conversations around that can happen. But really, if you wanted to do that prior to that happening, that's fine too.
Okay, thank you. Vice Mayor Ortiz, do you have some questions?
I'm sorry. Thank you, Madam Mayor. And so I just want to echo what, particularly what Councilmember Colson said. I think this is a great agreement. I think we're very lucky to have the partner that we do. And again, I think we're all a little tired of looking at that cyclone fence. I think we've mentioned it once or twice before, and we're all ready to see something happen. With that, I was taken aback by the parking fees. I guess I was with the mayor in that I guess I assumed that that would be at no cost to our citizens. I do, you know, now when you guys explain it and tell us that we need that to keep the attendant, I always wondered what would happen with trying to keep that place safe and clean and without anybody in there having parties or whatever could happen in an empty parking lot. So I see that point. Again, it still feels a little funny because in my mind, I was with the mayor. I just thought it was included. Then I have a question, and you can answer afterwards, is looking at the terraces, I'm curious, I guess we resolved the issue with the clean out of the culvert, and I guess we're moving it somewhere, but I must have missed that. So if somebody could explain that to me, what happened there? You know, and again, it's as far as the escalators, and you guys say you want to go start this fall, but we did have that project on Truesdale that was it was a Sunrise that sat halfway built for a long, long time. I think we're all a little bit gun shy when it comes to that because we saw that superstructure up and nothing else. And so you know, for me, I would like to see more teeth in it. I know this has been a big negotiation, so I'm not going to push very hard. And then when it comes to the $2 million and going to the, it states in the agreement that we have the option to put it in the general fund. So I am with Councilmember Colson. That makes me a little bit uncomfortable. The fact that this agreement says that we will put it into the general fund, although we have that option, makes me a little nervous. And I would rather have the language change in the agreement to specifically say that it needs to be in the restricted fund and earmarked for this purpose specifically. So, and that's all I have. So, but thank you. Really excited to see this going. And when you tell me you're getting ready to break ground in the fall, that makes me really happy.
Thank you, Vice Mayor Ortiz.
If I could just ask either Kevin or Syed to weigh in on the clean out. We're actually not moving that. It was a super pricey endeavor. Syed, do you want to just talk about that a little bit?
Yeah, thank you, Lisa. The culvert relocation is not part of the post office redevelopment project. It is, however, can be looked at as part of the Plaza project, which is being pursued separately. There are a couple of options, but it is definitely very pricey. It could be $1 million+ just to move the culvert cleaning pits. So I'll be happy to answer any questions.
Madam Mayor, if I could do a follow-up.
Sure.
So Mr. Martusa, it looks, when I'm looking at the terraces that we saw in the renderings, it looks like that is exactly where the culvert cleanout is. Is there room? It's not. Okay, so I can see some heads shaking. I'm mistaken. Thank you.
I would like to add one more question back to the restoration project and removing the historic facade and storing it in those parking spaces. How are you going to protect it so from the natural elements that it doesn't get ruined being outdoors?
I can take this one, Mayor O'Brien. We have a number of consultants working on the project. We have Page and Turnbull, who I know the city has also used for a number of their historic preservation projects, and a specialized historic contractor. And so that'll all be documented in terms of wraps, in terms of internal structural bracing that happens actually inside the box of the post office itself. And that'll all be submitted as part of the permit documentation that will go to the building department. For what they have an extensive history, the contractor that we're working with, of moving several other buildings like this. And that's why we selected them.
Thank you for that. So then I have a question, follow-up question then to our city attorney. What happens if something happens to the facade? What penalties are put in place?
I'm going to direct that over to Director Gardner, because I know we had something happen recently with historic buildings. Yeah.
So it is a tricky question. We hope that doesn't happen, but should it, the environmental review did anticipate that the building would be retained and saved, and although it would be moved, it would be put back in good condition. Should a part of it fall apart, there would be an option to reconstruct if that was one approach. It would we'd have to kind of tear that up with what the environmental review had assumed, but that is one method that it is a remedy for should a historic resource accidentally be damaged or destroyed, as it can be repaired. You would want to do repairs based on Secretary of Interior standards, and it would become probably more of a rehabilitation project as opposed to pure restoration. But that is an option, and hopefully we don't have to cross that bridge. But should we have to, we would look to try to put it back together as best it could.
So
Mayor
where
O'Brien,
would a clause like that be integrated into? Because that is my fear, because we've seen it happen. So I don't want this to happen again on a different project. So how do we do that to make sure we're protected? And if something does happen, there are some remedies put into place.
What I think will be helpful with this project is the level of detail that is being provided on the moving of the pieces, the storing of the pieces. Not all of our projects have had that kind of level of detail shown in their construction documents. It's been more, kind of higher level. This is much more detailed, and has been, my understanding is the movement and the storage, as the applicant has mentioned, has been done in consultation with experts that know how to do this, and they're providing us that roadmap so we can follow along with them, make sure that everything's being done according to plan, and that can be part of our building inspection process. So I think we have the benefit of experience from prior projects, and in this case we have the benefit of more detailed logistics for how this would be carried out, and made sure that it's done properly.
Okay, thank you. And I bring this up, I'm not saying this would happen, but due to the fact we've had an experience not that long ago, I just want to make sure there isn't another mistake futuristically, and especially a project of this caliber that I look as going to be a huge asset for the city of Burlingame and such an improvement that I just want to make sure these details are followed.
And Mayor O'Brien, if it would be appropriate, I can give some further color.
Sure.
We've committed to following Secretary of Interior standards through Page and Turnbull. So no matter what, in a situation like that, we would turn to those kind of nationally recognized standards of how to do a restoration in case something went wrong. And then beyond that, I don't mean to say this flippantly in any way, but luckily there are two sides of the post office building. The side on Lorton does get removed in this process. And we have a plan in place actually right now to preserve many of the elements from that side so that in case something cracks on the other side, they can be one-to-one inserted or replaced in that way.
Okay, thank you. Councilmember Coulson, did you have a follow-up question?
Yeah, I did. First of all, I just want to let my colleagues know that Mr. Director Gardner and I did spend about 45 minutes on the phone with the head lawyer from the National Trust for Historic Preservation and other experts in this area. And we spent some time talking about this situation. And, you know, common practice would be that, you know, as Mr. Turco points out, if something were broken, they would replicate it, replace it, it would go back in. You know, I have no doubt that their intentions are fully good to preserve this, and there's no nefarious activity going on around the back where they're thinking like we're going to try and then we're really going to drop it and then we'll just not have to do it. They understand that's not that doesn't work that way. So really the sort of you know, the remedy to this is if something breaks or something, you know, goes wrong, is you put it back as it was. And it's, even though the materials are not the vintage materials, it's the overall, like we say, the Secretary's standards of the interior, the SHPO, what they would recommend. And so I feel really comfortable that Mr. Gardner has a really apt hand on this and has resources available to him all the way up in DC to help make sure this all works out and can make those available both to the team and to our staff in the event that there's a problem.
Madam Mayor, if I may, this is historic resource number one. So we do have some other available alternatives. There is obviously in our historic resource preservation the duty to remain in good repair. So directly in that ordinance, we say that anything that is of historic significance that is destroyed will be repaired and will be significantly or will be restored to the appearance or setting prior to the violation. So we do have that extra teeth that we've never had before because this is our first project who's actually been within that historic designation. So I wanted to add that too, just in terms of extra teeth that makes this one a little more unique than anything we've had in the past and gives us some extra tools. As everyone else has said, seeing the detailed plans on this, that's certainly not something that we anticipate is going to happen in this project.
Great, thank you for clarifying that and supplying that information. That makes me feel better. All right, so I am going to move on to the public and see if the public wants to make any comments, and then also to our city clerk, Megan, have we received any emails?
We have.
I want to start maybe with a couple of the emails, and then I'll jump to the people who have their hands raised.
Sure.
Thank you.
We have an email asking, given the challenges in filling Burlingame Avenue's retail spaces, what are the developers' plans if they are unable to fill the retail space or the office spaces? Another email we have states,
do we want to lead someone to maybe help answer that question? Or shine any light to that question?
I'll jump in. The office space shouldn't, we have no worries, zero. The retail space, I think by the time this building, 2.5 years, retail will be back. And I think this will be a very desired location. We have zero fears about leasing this building. We really don't have any. It's such a, let me be a little bit more rose colored because I've kind of been the developer on this call. And, but this is a great project and you have a beautiful downtown and we are so excited to be building it. and getting to this stage, it's going to be awesome. And it's one of those that as a developer, you really are proud of. We are proud of this project and we are going to make it awesome. And you can count on it. You can really count on it. But the leasing will go well. We're not worried.
Okay, Megan.
Another email from Joan states, the current plan shows a 6-story building for office and retail. I know they get some exemptions for height and square footage because they are saving the post office building, but the size and character of this building does not fit in with the downtown of Burlingame. This will be a huge mistake. It is too large, too tall, and too much office. Traffic has always been a problem downtown, and getting workers to and from will only aggravate the situation. Housing with first floor retail may be a better option. Office workers are now working from home and will continue even after COVID. This site will sit empty for many years. This structure breaks all the rules of the downtown specific plan in height, size, use, and character. The structure does not fit in with the old town charm of Burlingame. It is similar to the large, mostly empty office building on Highland Ave by the train station. Let's not repeat the pattern and create another monster. Please reconsider your approval of this building.
And I just want to clarify that this evening we're actually talking about approving or not approving the development agreement. It is not on the project itself. That has been worked on for a few years now and has gone through the proper process.
We have one more email from Jennifer Pfaff. She says, well, it's been a long haul. I think that this project and the adjacent public open space will contribute greatly to Burlingame's downtown and general sense of place. The developers have done a beautiful job of highlighting and polishing the former post office space to create a lasting legacy for our city and become a welcoming, useful space for all. We have no more emails, but I do see some.
We do have a few under our attendees. We have 4 raised hands. So I'm going to call them now. We're going to start with Mr. Rugomez, followed by Mr. Ross, and then Mr. Morrow. And you will have 2 minutes.
Good evening, Madam Mayor, honorable city council members, hardworking city staff. My name is James Rugomez. I'm here representing the San Mateo Building and Construction Trade Council, 25 unions, 16,000 highly skilled men and women. I'd like to ask them all who are in attendance to raise their hand and leave their hand raised while I speak. And I would ask the city clerk to tell us what those numbers are for the record. I'm here to say that I have received a phone call from the owner of DevCon Construction, Gary Filizzetti, about this project. DevCon is a union contractor, and I'm glad to see that the developers have chosen to utilize a union general contractor. I would also ask the development team, Saris Regis and DoStar. Well, first I'd like to reflect back to the study session around the 20th minute, where Andrew stated that when Councilwoman Beach asked the question about the $2 million, Andrew stated that they'd build the project 100% union. This type of project needs to be built union because of our skilled and trained workforce. I would like these developers to follow that up in writing to the Building Trade Council as they stated in the development study session. I would like to say in closing, let's not build these construction projects by driving construction workers into poverty, and that fair wages always pencils out. Unions are working families standing together. Please stand with our working families. Thank you so much.
Okay, our next speaker, Mr. Ross.
1 second. Go ahead, Ross. You can unmute yourself.
You're still muted. There you go.
How about now?
You're good now. Go ahead.
Okay. It wouldn't be a Zoom meeting without one of those. Anyway, I'm Ross Bruce. I'm representing the Burlingame Chamber of Commerce, and I'd like to thank you all for your tireless time and energy on this project. I and the Chamber of Commerce support this project at 220 Park Road. Adding new office workers to our downtown will stimulate our shops and restaurants, 275 new underground parking spaces will allow visitors to come and enjoy our civic center. Having a security parking attendant, I think, is worth the 25% premium. Architecturally, the project will be an attractive addition to the downtown, especially since the developer is contributing to the town square concept. So thank you for your time. And I'd like to add my voice in support of the 220 Park Road Development Agreement before you tonight. Good night.
Thank you, Ross. Mr. Morrow.
Oop, I just promoted him to panelist. Technical difficulties.
I think he's on mute.
Here I am. Now?
Go ahead, Mr.
Hello?
Morrow.
Yes, thank you, Madam Mayor. Yes, I'd like to full my support for this project, but I need a couple of questions answered. Mr. Turco, you said you have 167 construction projects, construction jobs. Where do you plan on getting all your manpower for that?
Maybe if we can have you ask all your questions at once.
Mr. Morrow, do you want to just go over all your questions, please?
Yes, my question is, I have two questions. Where do you plan on getting your workers for the 167 construction projects? And also, why are we going out to bid? Why are we getting non-signatory bids for some of these for this project?
The council like a response? Is that?
You know what? I think what I'm going to do is I am going to go through the rest of our speakers and see what their questions are too, and then just kind of answer questions all at once. I think that might be a little easier because there may be some similar questions and I don't want you to have to answer them multiple times. So we'll go with Mr. Evans.
Good evening, Mayor O'Brien and City Council. Thank you very much. My name is Edward Evans. I am a representative of Carpenters Local 217, which covers the unionized carpenters all over San Mateo County. I'm here to voice my membership's approval of this project and the agreement, and I'd like to thank the development team for contracting with DevCon Construction. It's an excellent contractor. Very proud of those folks, and I can assure you that you will be too. This is going to be a wonderful project for Burlingame and a wonderful project for local workers as well. And what you're going to see here by having this built by union hands is you're going to see a lot of inclusion. You're going to see local workers, and you're going to also see females, and you're going to see minorities on this project as well. More importantly, all of these workers are going to be making the same scale, and that's going to be reflected on their union dispatches. So this is going to be a great project for local workers, great project for Burlingame. Thank you so much. The Carpenters are in full support.
Thank you, Mr. Evans. We'll go with David from Kern Jewelers.
Hello, this is David from Kearns. Thank you much for all this. What's one of these meetings without one of the Mendel's asking about parking, right? So one question just about timing is that you mentioned about some parking impact on this, and this is more for the council, but I wanted to see about when that is expected to occur and that the parking structure is going to be completed prior to the impact of additional parking in the streets. Thank you very much.
Thank you. And we'll answer those questions in a few minutes. I just want to make sure we've covered everyone. I think, Megan, did we receive an email from Miss Kelleher?
That's for the next item.
Oh, okay. Very good. So if there are no other I don't see any other raised hands. I don't see anyone else in the chat related to this project. So on that note, I will close the public hearing and go back to our project director and see how you want to answer the questions in regard to labor. And then I'll have Kevin Gardner follow up with the potential timing of the completion of the parking garage.
I think the labor question is for Dave or one of your teammates.
I'm happy to jump in on that. I wasn't quite sure if I was being asked to. So yeah, as you heard from some of the comments, we've selected for a private project the biggest, best signatory general contractor in the entire Bay Area. They've done $2.1 billion of work in 2020, and 95% of it was performed by union labor. So we'll work with DevCon. They hire and source work, and they source the best work and labor that's available. And this project, as it relates to, commitments with numbers like 100%, we have specialty contractors involved with preserving a historic structure, doing a lot of the things that was mentioned earlier. There just aren't, in certain cases, union contractors that perform that work. So, we're here, we're committed to DevCon. Steve would, and if he wants to, can say the exact same words. We've both, Saris Regis and Dostart, done many projects with DevCon. We've never, in our 30-year history, happens to be both companies are 30 years old, and never has a project been started and not finished, to the Vice Mayor's concerns. I just want to be very clear on that. We are conservative in the world of development because we don't start until all the financing is lined up, and therefore we can't stop. There's a construction lender that will not allow that to happen. So we are here, we're committed. DevCon's going to build this building, and that's what I have to say at this point in time.
Great, thank you, Mr. Hopkins. If there isn't, actually, maybe I'll go to Kevin Gardner. Can you talk about the proposed garage that's being built? Because I know that should be finishing relatively soon.
Certainly, yes, the garage is well on its way to being very close to finished, and will certainly be finished prior to this project breaking ground. We've heard the sort of most optimistic timeframe from the project that they may break ground later this year, but by then we'll have the parking garage open. So there'll be no period where we don't have the two together.
Great, thank you very much, Mr. Gardner. If there isn't anyone else, I think I want to go back then to my colleagues and see if there are any comments before we move forward with a potential motion. Okay, we have, sorry, I have to flip over to panelists. I was under attendees. Councilmember Brownrigg, and then followed by Councilmember Beach.
Thank you very much, Madam Mayor. I appreciate it. And I really valued the back and forth between council with the development team and then the public. Appreciated very much Councilwoman Coulson's elaboration. So just a quick clarification. I had not realized there would be an attendant. I am actually much more comfortable knowing there is an attendant in an underground parking garage. What are the hours of the attendant? Presumably not overnight and so forth. So do you have that in mind? And if so, is it stipulated somewhere, or should we perhaps stipulate a rough range of hours for the attendant? That's a question.
I'm sure I can jump in. Yeah, so not overnight. Our practice, similar in Redwood City, where we operate a private garage, also for the public, is to have a public attendant there when the public parking hours are open, and it's someone who's not just sitting at the entrance, but is kind of roaming and checking and making sure that there isn't someone or something that needs help.
I see. So that, I guess I hadn't appreciated that the garage would close overnight is your point. It wouldn't be open to the public overnight. Is that right?
Correct. You know, we have provisions for what happens in the event that someone doesn't see the multiple signage and everything saying that the garage closes at 11 and they get stuck and you can still get out. But the garage is slated to close at 11.
Okay. So while the garage is open to the public, there will be an attendant there. That's basically, okay. So I would just suggest to our city attorney that if that is spelled out, that's great. If it's not, then, and I don't mean to amend anything here. I don't need to, but I think that's a useful clarification. And it certainly makes me feel comfortable with respect to the premium, as Councilwoman Coulson pointed out. I would note that there is a little bit of precedent for this. When Il Fornaio came to town, we required that they do valet parking, and we didn't try to stipulate, I don't think, what the rates would be. It was clearly going to be cost recovery for them. So I'm comfortable with that. I also appreciate very much the choice of DevCon, which has done work in this community before. I was not aware, frankly, of how much building they've done and what a high percentage of union labor. I think that's both very comforting. I will say, you know, a number of the speakers tonight are not just friends, but neighbors of mine. So they, you know, our union friends really mean it. They live right here in the community. So appreciate that. There's going to be a lot more work going out to people here in the community. So thank you for that. I have one other technical question, or maybe, well, sorry, two other things. One, on the, first of all, thank you guys for agreeing to wrap the fence so at least it looks better. I'd love to see, at least in block form, the calendar so that the public can sort of see when the post office might move approximately, you know, so that people have a sense of what the calendar may be. Obviously, it's not a guarantee. And I want to echo what Councilwoman Coulson said, which is, for you guys, it's been, I think, lightning fast. I mean, from sort of conception to where we are today, it's, I mean, maybe a year, which in the world of complex development is like lightning fast. But this transaction occurred back in 2014. So we all have been living with this for a really long time, and really appreciate Mr. Dostart's sense of, and which I think you conveyed very well, the sense of urgency that you don't feel, but that you embrace, I would say. So I appreciate that, and I know we all do, but putting the calendar out might help everyone understand that this is, and so to that point, what is your informal guidance to us as to when we need to have the town square designed? That's a question.
Andrew, I'll defer to you. There's very stipulated dates in the agreement, so I'll let you remind everyone what they
Mayor
are.
O'Brien, I know this is a little strange, but we did close the public hearing. So if we do want to engage a little bit more, we should probably open it back up, if that's which is in your discretion. But just wanted to make sure we do it the correct way, so then the public can weigh in on anything they hear.
I'm sorry, to clarify, why are we opening up the public comment if it's coming from a council member?
No, not for the council member, but if we're inquiring into the project. The project is not, we're only allowed to talk to staff during these portions of the meeting. So if we wanted to engage with the.
I see what you're saying, right, got it.
It's perfectly fine in your discretion, but we should just open it up.
I'm gonna open it up so the question does get answered. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Councilmember Brownrigg, are we?
Go ahead.
Am I good to go? It would be about 6 months from now. So it would be about 2 months before we anticipate breaking ground that we would need the design for the town square fully completed. Obviously, we've been working very closely with city staff and with their team, and looking forward to hopefully advancing it even sooner than that so we can get things locked in. But
is that, may I ask, is that because of the stairs interacting with the public square?
Exactly. It's aligning the grade there and along the Paseo. And then for the purpose of any additional improvements that need to be made, by the project within the town square. If not, then there's a little bit more flexibility on some elements.
Okay. All right. Thank you for that. I appreciate it. I am also very excited about this project. It is a promise we made to the people of Burlingame 10 years ago that there would be a town square and a preserved historic post office. And I just, I can't be more excited by where we are. So thank you all.
Thank you, Councilmember Brownrigg. So before I close the public hearing, are there any other questions from my colleagues before I close it? Okay, anyone from the public? Okay, it looks like we're good here. So I am closing the public comment now. From now on, it's basically just comments and then we move into the motion. So Councilmember Beach, please.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I just wanted to really appreciate the debate and all the questions answered tonight. Great discussion. I wanted to weigh in on a couple of items that I haven't yet. I concur with Councilmember Coulson. Whatever way staff recommends that we put these funds restricted towards the $2 million, put it towards the future town square, however we need to do that. That seems like a good idea. I think Vice Mayor Ortiz agreed with that. Reasonable explanations, it seems to me, for both the public parking rates and the parking fees for proposed construction staging. I think both of those were reasonably answered by the project team. So I think as the development agreement exists, I'm comfortable with. I want to really thank and appreciate, I've been following this project, not only our meetings, but what the Planning Commission has done, and appreciate that labor has been engaged along the way at the Planning Commission's, reading the minutes, and excited to see that everybody seems to have a lot of consensus that the general contractor, DevCon, is a great general contractor. Union labor going to do great work, high quality work. That's a great thing. So thank you to the project team, and wherever possible, hope you will try to use union labor for the project. I was looking back at the meeting minutes, and there was a public comment earlier about a question I had asked in the study session. I was asking about the $2 million, whether or not that contribution to the town square would cover the cost of our public bidding process. And whether it was based on, prevailing wage, union figures, all that. And so I just think while we're talking about these projects, which are so symbiotic, I hope that when we look ahead towards the town square, that staff and council will take the opportunity to kind of consider options and cost benefit analysis of course, doing prevailing wage, but also using the cost benefit analysis of using union labor on that town square. I think we need to at least have that part of the conversation as we move forward for our public project. And other than that, so excited to hear that you are considering breaking ground, maybe even this fall. So excited for a great project. Congratulations on moving it along so expeditiously. And I do feel like we have a very good partnership team here, and look forward to making great things happen for the economic development and for the city of Burlingame. So thank you all.
Vice Mayor Ortiz.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I just want to bring back the question about the language that talks about the general fund. And I'd be willing to make a motion to approve, subject to changing the language to so that it does not say that it would go to the general fund, or that it would be in a restricted fund. I'm ready to go, but the one thing that I'd ask is that we get it done by next year so that I can be the mayor when we cut the ribbon.
If I could just make a comment, and we will certainly try to get that done for you, Vice Mayor Ortiz. Scott, is that a substantive change that will require us to reintroduce?
That would be, and I was just gonna bring that up, so thank you. But what we could do, Vice Mayor, is that is something that we could bring up on a future agenda item and do it relatively quickly if that's something you want to tie the city to. I think if you want to keep things going faster on the DA and that's the only issue you see.
I'm going to go with Councilmember Brownrigg's suggestion. And so with that, then I would like to make a motion to approve the agreement as it is. Madam Mayor, if that's okay.
So is there a second?
Second.
Okay, there's a tie there. So I'm going to say the motion.
Councilmember Coulson, she's been working hard on the subcommittee on this project.
The motion was made by Vice Mayor Ortiz, seconded by Councilmember Coulson. Through the city attorney, can I make a comment before the vote?
Absolutely. Have a discussion on the motion.
So thank you to our project applicants for the building that you have proposed to us. I'm very excited to see you move forward with this. As Councilmember Brownrick has said, this has been going on for quite some time, so it may not be long for you, but it's amazing how much ground you made up in such short period of time. So I thank you for that. And I look forward to a legendary project. In regard to, the questions that I brought up, considering it is an attendant that is there this whole time, and there's, safety issues, especially, late in the evening, I will go along with that. I just want to stress, and I think it's pretty well covered from our city attorney's explanation, that, the historical parts of this building are really protected. I really don't want to hear later that something happened. So I'm going to trust that you take into consideration all those details and really do your best to protect that historical aspect of the building. So in regards to my colleagues, I think we have a motion on the table, and I can ask Megan to have a roll call. I do agree with the fact that maybe in the near future that we do put on the agenda that we further discuss the $2 million in regard to not putting it into the general fund, but that discussion does need to be probably programmed sooner the better, so we can kind of mark that off our checklist and be able to move forward. So Megan, can you please take a roll call?
So Madam Mayor, we got very excited about the project and we forgot that we do have to bring it back for adoption. So I wanted to see if Vice Mayor Ortiz wanted to make the motion to bring it back on the regular calendar instead.
So that'll be on the February 16th, correct?
Yes.
Okay.
So I amend my motion to bring back the item for consideration.
For adoption. Yep.
For adoption, pardon.
And I'll amend the second.
Okay. So new motion made by Vice Mayor Ortiz, seconded by Councilmember Coulson.
Councilmember Beach,
Yes.
Councilmember Coulson,
Yes.
Councilmember Brownrigg,
Enthusiastically, yes.
Vice Mayor Ortiz,
Super enthusiastically.
Mayor O'Brien.
Yes. So we will see this come, motion passes 5-0. We will see this come back to us on the 16th of February. Thank you very
so
much. All right, so we will go to our second item for public comment, and that is the cannabis. And who is going to do the staff report on that?
This is going to be Director Gardner, but I believe he muted himself.
Okay, I think you need to unmute yourself, Director
I
Gardner.
muted myself. I will start again. I will provide the overview presentation, and then interim city attorney Scott Spansale can also help out with questions as well. This is an ordinance to replace the existing cannabis regulations in section 2558060 of the municipal code with a new chapter that allows cannabis retail delivery from businesses located within the city limits. The City Council first reviewed the topic of cannabis retail delivery on October 5th of 2020 and directed staff to prepare an ordinance. The direction was for the ordinance to allow cannabis retail delivery from non-storefront businesses, but not allow retail storefront cannabis operations. The definition of non-storefront cannabis retail delivery, I'm just going to read it. Indulge me in that, particularly for the public, I just want it to be absolutely clear what non-storefront cannabis retail delivery is. It's a business or operation, whether for profit or nonprofit, whose premises are closed to the public and which sells cannabis and or cannabis products exclusively by delivery, for which a state license, type 9 non-storefront retailer, is required under business and professions codes, section 26000 and following. This definition does not include any storefront component whereby customers purchase the products at the physical premises of the retail establishment. So given the low profile non-storefront nature of the business type, the ordinance specifies that non-storefront cannabis retail delivery be allowed as a conditional use in the city's industrial land use district, specifically the Innovation Industrial Land Use District in the general plan, which corresponds to the present Rollins Road and Inner Bayshore zoning districts. And just for clarification, this would not be allowed in the North Rollins Road mixed use district, nor any other district in the city other than these industrial districts. The ordinance would have operational requirements both for non-storefront retail delivery businesses located in Burlingame, as well as delivery services originating from outside the city. And the reason for regulating both is that those delivering into Burlingame are held to standards that are comparable to those that are required for the businesses that are located here in the city. And then operational requirements for non-storefront retail delivery businesses located in Burlingame include a prohibition on external signage, prohibition on on-site sales and public access, prohibition on delivery vehicle signage, prohibition on cannabis in plain view, prohibition on advertising the business address, access and security requirements, drop safes, and odor control systems. And then beyond those uses required by state law, in particular, cultivation for personal, medicinal, or adult use and deliveries, the ordinance does not allow any other cannabis-related activities. So that concludes the staff report, and staff is available for questions should the council have those.
Thank you, Director Gardner. To my colleagues, and does anyone have a question? Councilmember Brownrigg?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Mr. Gardner, are the provisions that are in there, for example, you can't label your delivery van. Did we take that ordinance from another ordinance? Is that a model that we've followed elsewhere? Or I'm just kind of curious how we came up with the language.
It is perhaps if Interim City Attorney Spansale, I know, had looked into that particular part of the ordinance, if you would like to maybe chime in there.
Absolutely. So the most recent version of the ordinance, which is before you today, is taken quite a bit from the South San Francisco ordinance that was passed there. We've also tried to do a blend with other cities because we know we have a unique smaller town here with not quite as many industrial uses. But we took the non-storefront retail portion of the South San Francisco and tried to blend it into our own. But on that particular point, Councilmember Brownrigg, there are a lot of state law regulations regarding delivery and what can and can't be put on those delivery vans. So this here, a lot of what we have actually reflects that state law, but brings it into our own ordinance so we can actually enforce it through our own laws as well.
Thank you. That helps me understand that. I think we learned in the study session that it was not the industry standard to mark because they don't want to put a target on their delivery drivers, which made sense. It's just, I wasn't sure if we were regulating it, something that needed to be regulated, but if we're capturing kind of standard regulatory practice, then I'm very comfortable with that. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Brownrigg. Anyone else? Councilmember Beach?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Just a couple of questions. Maybe the first one is for our Chief of Police. So I think Chief Matucci is with us.
Yes,
he is. So thanks. So, you know, in talking with council members from some of these other cities or hearing that this form of cannabis distribution and delivery seems to be going pretty well in their communities, and it hasn't caused, at least from the elected ranks, safety concerns. From your perspective, Chief, do you have any concerns after having some more time since our last study session on this? Do you have any concerns about this ordinance?
I have no issues or concerns. You know, during the process, I reached out to the police departments that have similar businesses in their cities and asked about any issues, and they all had none. And I think the ordinance is great. It includes all the best practices and everything that works well, you know, according to the other police departments that I've spoken to. So yeah, I'm comfortable moving forward with it how it is.
Okay, thanks, Chief. I appreciate your input there. And I guess I just had two other kind of quick questions. One might be a question for our finance director or the city manager, but when I looked at South San Francisco, and they have a lot of fees and permit application fees that are quite significant. What does staff think of those kind of fee structures, or is that something we should be part of a conversation tonight, or is that, if this passes, a conversation for a later date?
So I think Director Gardner got back to you with some answers regarding fees, but we would have to do a nexus study, I believe he wrote to you, so we'd know what the appropriate fees are to charge.
Okay, so it's something that would require further study.
Correct.
All right. And then finally, as far as, is it possible to require the folks who do these delivery services to provide delivery info and sort of information on their business? I know in the study session, one of the companies said that they had 11,000 or so deliveries in Burlingame last year, but to continue to get that kind of data and information.
Well, we are going to be getting the sales tax information, and our finance director may want to talk a little bit more about that, but this is something that we're going to be able to capture through not only the sales records, but also through our ordinance and just the record keeping that we require. So there are going to be ways to capture that information so we can see what it's bringing to the city, or do a deep dive analysis into whether somebody's maybe not complying with every aspect of our ordinance as well.
Okay. Or if there were a future revenue measure or something, we would consider to have a sense of that. All right, thank you. Those are my questions.
Councilmember Coulson.
Thank you. So just sort of parlaying on to Councilmember Beach, the one thing I really want to make sure of is these are people's private businesses, and who and how much marijuana or cannabis related product they are ordering is really their private business. So I just want to make sure, really sure that if we are collecting data, that it is, is not personalized. It doesn't include data around individuals, their use, what they're purchasing, anything like that. I really want to respect people's right to privacy about what they're purchasing.
Absolutely.
Thank you, Councilmember Coulson. I had a quick question. I know it's not in the ordinance in regard to having maybe a limitation on the number of cannabis delivery businesses that we allow. Is that something we want to consider? I know Redwood City has it. I do think about infrastructure in regard to, delivery trucks going in and out, all day long, traffic issues eventually, if you had multiple deliveries, multiple businesses. So I don't know if that's something that the council wants to consider, is to have a max on the amount that are allowed at this point, and then see how it goes. And if, at least if there are issues, it's still under control. But if we don't have any type of upper limit, it might make things a little difficult futuristically.
Madam Mayor, to add, to just provide some context for that discussion before you have it, there is a portion of the ordinance that does say that you can limit the amount of permits that we give out for each type of permit by resolution. So that is something that you could do later on if you do discover that there is an issue and you want to limit the amount of permits that are going out. You can do that through resolution as well. So I just wanted to bring that up.
Right, we could do it later on. I'm asking if we want to do it now.
Yeah. Absolutely.
Thank you. So just something for you to think about. I'm going to open it up to the public. Well, actually, before I do that, I need to have our city clerk introduce the ordinance, please.
An ordinance of the City of Burlingame deleting section 25.58.060 of Title 25 of the Burlingame Municipal Code zoning, and creating Chapter 25.75 to regulate cannabis cultivation and to establish land use standards, including zoning restrictions applicable to commercial cannabis activity in the City of Burlingame.
Motion to waive further reading and introduce the ordinance, Madam Mayor.
Second.
Okay, so motion made by Councilmember Brownrick, seconded by Vice Mayor Ortiz. Can we have the roll call, please, Megan?
Councilmember Beach?
Yes.
Councilmember Coulson?
Yes.
Councilmember Brownrigg,
Yep.
Vice Mayor Ortiz,
Yes.
Mayor O'Brien.
Yes. So that motion passes. So on that note, I'm going to open up the public hearing. And Megan, have you received any emails? I know the council has received many emails over the last week. Do we have any other emails that were sent to you, Megan?
We do. Let me just get my timer started because some of these are long. All right.
I know most of the ones that the council received was basically a form letter. So I do not want to go through those form letters this evening if they're all the same, but if there was something that was different that came through.
Yeah. I don't think we have any form ones in this package, but the proposal cites 4 cities. This is from Urban. He says the proposal cites 4 cities which allow South San Francisco City, Redwood City, Brisbane, and Mountain View. Of note are cities which have not permitted, like Atherton, Menlo Park, Los Altos, San Mateo, San Carlos, Palo Alto. Which of these do we want to be like? The proposal requires a location be remote from schools and daycare for a reason. Why then invite into our city at all? The proposal requires no signage, no public access, no vehicular signage. If it's a business that requires to be so hidden, then why invite it into our community at all? The proposal requires odor control, special security, secure access, and no public access. If it's so dangerous as to need these accommodations, then why permit it in our community? This is a bad idea, a dangerous idea that is evident in the rules that must be put into place to allow it to happen. We don't need this, nor do we want it. The next email comes from Kathy. One second. We moved to Burlingame and bought our home in 1994 because we believed it to be a nice, safe community to raise children with godly morals to become good citizens. As background, we are involved in our Burlingame church, and my husband has been a leader with Burlingame and Regional Boy Scouts for many years. These 2 Burlingame church and Boy Scout organizations promote strong moral family values and clean living to help create a better society. We are very opposed to the proposed Burlingame distribution of cannabis/marijuana through any means. Why in heaven's name would Burlingame City Council want to bring a drug substance, I'll bet illegal, that is harmful to children and adults into our Burlingame streets? The fact that there are ordinances that say this cannabis marijuana drug substance cannot be placed near schools should tell you everything one needs to know about the product. Burlingame City Council's background studies identify local areas that have already allowed the distribution of this drug: South San Francisco, Brisbane, and Mountain View. You will notice smaller towns akin to Burlingame do not sell cannabis/marijuana in their beautiful town. Hillsborough, Palo Alto, Menlo Park, Atherton, San Carlos. When harmful drugs become inserted in neighborhoods, healthy families desire to move out. If something is good, light shines around it. When something is not good, it dwells in darkness. The fact that local retail distribution, cannabis/marijuana retail store doors cannot have lighted retail signage or marijuana plant graphics and signage or be placed near schools, etc., speaks volumes about the types of activities going on inside. My guess is the Burlingame community would not like to see tattoo parlors, vaping shops, and gun shows appearing in Burlingame. In the future, one thinks Burlingame would like to still be known as the city of trees, not the city of weed. We appeal to the goodness of government officials not to introduce a drug element of producers, sellers, and buyers of cannabis/marijuana into our nice Burlingame community. The tax advantage to Burlingame certainly cannot outweigh the drug element disadvantages. And if people want to purchase this largely harmful drug, they do not have to travel far. They may buy it in South San Francisco and Brisbane. Okay, I have a few more emails. Ginny Kelleher writes, thank you for your time this evening. I am Ginny Kelleher, Burlingame resident, local business owner, and current president of the Downtown Business Improvement District Board of Directors. The DVID board supports this legislation for a couple of reasons. One, we like that this legislation is for non-storefront cannabis retail. A securely guarded cannabis warehouse will be in the industrial area of town and will maintain a low profile. These operations will serve patients, veterans, and adult consumers. Many of our customers use cannabis for non-recreational reasons, such as pain relief, sleep aid, and to help relax. 2, we like that this means Burlingame has the option to apply a cannabis tax to sales being delivered to all over the peninsula. Currently, San Francisco and San Jose are collecting most of these taxes. COVID has further budget constraints on our city, and we are in need of finding solutions. This legislation could mean hundreds of thousands of dollars in tax revenue coming into our city annually. 3rd, we like that this would provide more jobs in our city. Many of the businesses in DBID have had to let go of great employees. We support the city in its efforts to create jobs locally. Thank you for your time and attention. And then I believe there's one more. Stephanie writes, I support allowing a cannabis delivery business in Burlingame. Either we get the sales tax revenue or a neighboring city gets it. And that is all the emails I have, Mayor O'Brien. You are muted.
I will open it up to the public. If anyone wants to speak, you can raise your hand. Okay, we have a few. So let me start with Rhonda Bryant, followed by Juliana Keller. So Rhonda.
Hello, good evening. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Thank you.
Great. Thank you so much, council members, for your time this evening. My name is Rhonda Bryant, and I've been a longtime resident of Burlingame and also a longtime user of cannabis. You know, I'm a healthcare worker. I'm in healthcare. I work in high-risk OB. It's a very challenging time. And my new role this year has been teacher. So I'm under a lot of stress, and I use cannabis to help me sleep so I can be a better mom and a better functioning human being. So I highly support this ordinance, and I'm so happy to hear that you're actually looking into this. I currently purchase my cannabis from a San Francisco storefront and also use delivery services such as Ease. But with that, using those delivery services, I'm having to wait, 45 minutes to an hour for my delivery, where if y'all were to put on storefronts here in Burlingame, my wait would be, anywhere from 5 to 10 minutes. And also right now we are in so desperate need of jobs, and that would bring so many jobs to Burlingame as well. And I spend a lot of money on cannabis, and those tax dollars, instead of investing in San Francisco and San Jose, where they're currently going, would benefit our community. And I want to put it back into the community that I love. My family is being raised here, and I have a lot of friends. So I would love to see those tax dollars spent where it's well deserved. And you can help with all the great things you're building here, including that amazing that project you're working on for the post office. So I'm very supportive of this ordinance, and I hope that you really look into this. I know that cannabis can be a stigma. It has been for many, many years, but it needs to be looked at as an essential, and it does good for a lot of people, including myself. So thank you for your time, and I hope you all have a good evening.
Thank you, Rhonda. May I have Juliana Keller, please?
Hello, council members. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Thank you so much for your time and consideration this evening. I would love to see you support this legislation. I am Juliana Keller, a newer resident of Burlingame. I moved here during COVID, actually, after getting a job in San Francisco. Originally, I thought I moved to the city for the social events, proximity to work, public transit and stores, etc. But when COVID hit, it made more sense to find a place on the peninsula. I didn't initially plan to be here for long, but the charm and sincerity of Burlingame has changed my heart. I live a block away from Broadway, and I love the small town feel. I am a full-time employee and an occasional cannabis user. My quarantine includes an immunocompromised friend, so I have to be very careful about where I go and who I see. Thus, I've been using delivery services for most of my purchases. This also helps me reduce my carbon footprint by avoiding car use to drive far out of county for purchase. Buying cannabis via delivery service is so easy and makes me feel comfortable and safe. These drivers are in unmarked cars and discreetly deliver right to my door, so I don't have to worry about judgment or safety. They have always been friendly and helpful. I would love the reduced delivery time and knowing my taxes are going towards my community. I've spoken with drivers who've expressed that this legislation would allow them to make more deliveries and receive more tips, so the benefits would be felt all around. Cannabis has given me a safe way to enjoy myself and relax in an increasingly stressful and complex time. It has been good for me, and I think the tax dollars will be a benefit to the city as well. Having quick, safe, and easy access to the products I want right to my door is important to me, as is supporting a business in Burlingame. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Keller. Can I have Lauren Hungler, please?
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Thank you.
Hi, thank you, by the way. I appreciate you guys' time going into this. My name is Lauren Hungler. I'm a stay-at-home mom of 2 teenage boys. My husband was actually born and raised here in Burlingame, graduated Burlingame High School, and after that he went on to serve 21 years in the U.S. Air Force. We moved back in 2019 after he retired. Now, while my husband and I split a gummy some nights to wind down, many veterans use cannabis for much more serious issues. Convenient and quick access to legal cannabis means the difference between people getting lab-tested cannabis legally versus non-test cannabis from the illicit market. Many cannabis companies offer delivery services. In fact, my husband and I use delivery services frequently. They, however, come San Jose, San Francisco. They come from all over. The wait times can be hours sometimes. It would be good for Burlingame patients and recreational users to have efficient service locally. I really highly encourage you guys to support this ordinance and access to legal tested products. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Hungler. Ms. Kelleher, I think our city clerk, Megan, read your email, so I think that would be your public comment. All right, is there anyone else that would like, from the public, like to speak? If not, I'm going to close public comment and come back to my colleagues. And who would like to start? Don't all raise your hand at once.
No.
I'll go.
Vice Mayor Ortiz.
Great. Thank you, Madam Mayor. I just have to say, there is already cannabis being smoked and delivered in the city of Burlingame. All we're doing is creating a hub for them to do it locally. So I hear the points that the people are bringing, but we're really not changing much about the use of cannabis in town. So we're just making it local. So with that, I'm going to support the ordinance.
Is that a motion?
If you'd like, Madam Mayor, I would like to make a motion to bring back the ordinance for reading and adoption.
Can I have a second?
I'll second.
Okay. Comments, Councilmember Coulson.
Thank you. My comment is just, I'm going to support this motion. I am really excited about reducing the carbon footprint that goes along with illegal cannabis service delivery. I like the way that, I mean, one of the main reasons these are not marked is so that they're discreet, so that people, are not, that people can deal with whatever their situation is, medical or recreational, in privacy. And also, I, really just want to emphasize that this is all legal adult activity that the state of California has condoned. And for the most part, I really have empathy for people, especially who are using this for medical reasons, to make this expeditious and easy access. So thank you very much, Councilmember Brownrigg, for originally sort of, vetting this. And I'm really glad this council is as open-minded as they are about doing this work. And I also think jobs and sales tax are going to be important. So thank you.
Councilmember Brownrigg. You need to unmute yourself.
Yeah, thanks. Sorry about that. So thank you, Madam Mayor. I wanted to follow up on your suggestion and just quickly poll colleagues. I'm not uncomfortable with setting a cap. I was wondering if you had a number in mind. I think our city attorney would probably tell us it's better to do it now than after. I guess I just wanted to pay you the respect to have that conversation and not lose track of it. I don't have a number in mind, and frankly, I see I could argue it either way. So I don't know if you wanted to put a number forward, Madam Mayor.
Well, I was going to wait till everyone spoke and then give my 2 cents. I was going to recommend a max of 3 to 4, just so we have something in place. I know we can do it later, but I more prefer to do it now. And then, if we don't have any issues and there seems to be more demand, we can revisit it. But at least there is something in place.
Okay, may I ask our city attorney, does that require changing the ordinance, or do we do that ministerially afterwards?
I mean, we could bring in a resolution right along with it if you'd rather do it that way, or we could write it into the ordinance. There's really no problem with that. But I do want to clarify, Madam Mayor, you mean for the warehouse style non-storefront retail center, right? Not for driving and delivery?
No. Okay. It's the storefronts.
Okay.
So I like the idea of not embedding it in the ordinance itself, so that it's easier to change. I think I'm comfortable either way. But I guess I should have just handed it off to somebody else to see what others think.
I do have Councilmember Beach has her hand raised, so let's hear from Councilmember Beach right now.
I appreciate the question and the dialogue. I was comfortable with the staff recommendation on page 7 of our staff report, where, they didn't put forth a limitation because in other cities it requires, a market study that's researched. It doesn't really feel good to just kind of wave our finger and say, what do we think? I mean, if it becomes a problem, I think we can address it. So I think I'm okay. I'm comfortable with that it's market driven, as they explain in the staff report, and that it prevents some, given the limited market, it might not be a productive, use of resources to explore that. So I'm kind of comfortable leaving it as is. I appreciate colleagues' comments about supporting this ordinance. That's ultimately where I come down. I won't repeat what other colleagues have already said, but I think it's compelling that we have. Also, just to add, I think it's compelling that our police department doesn't see it as a public nuisance or a safety issue. I think we've got the right zoning. It's not like we're 100% residential community either. We've got an industrial zone where it makes sense. I too, like Councilmember Coulson, think that, reducing carbon footprint and deliveries from San Francisco or having them here, it's the law of the land, and it's low profile. I think it's a reasonable thing to support, and I'm comfortable not putting a limit at this point. If it becomes a problem, we can do that. Those are my thoughts.
Okay, Vice Mayor Ortiz.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I was just going to say, if we have to, so we would not have to rewrite it and bring it back, that we could make the change and still go forward.
Well, what we would do if you wanted to do that would just put a resolution with it, and then we could just pass the resolution for the amount that you'd want to do contemporaneously with the ordinance. Or you could do it later, whenever you wanted to do it, but we could get it as close in time as we could agree on.
So I would just like to say I'd be in favor of adding the cap to it, but I'd like to make it large enough so that we do let, if there is demand and supply, would let it work, but make sure we don't go overboard. So I'd be in favor of looking at it, but it had to be a reasonable number.
Well, a question then to our city attorney. I think Redwood City has a cap of 6, and they're a much larger city than we are.
So I know for this one, Director Gardner has actually pulled the other cities around, so he might be able to give a better answer. I would say 4 would be at the absolute minimum that I would recommend as a cap, but he might have a more educated answer on it.
Yeah, so the 6 that Redwood City had was based on a market study where they determined that the market based in Redwood City would support up to 6. One kind of kind of caveat to put out there is that you would want to decide whether is it first come, first serve, the first 6 or 4, or however many apply, versus I think what Redwood City found when we talked to staff is that they set the cap at 6, but then they also created a sort of selection process of who would be the 6, and then that didn't necessarily go well. They selected some operators who then were not able to actually go forward and open their businesses. So from at least the staff perspective, I would suggest first come, first serve. Maybe it's 4 to 6 is, we don't have the benefit of a market study, but I think if it's through a resolution, you were to choose 4, and then we see how it goes. If that number needs to be changed in order to accommodate where the market really is going, then that's something that could be done. But the one thing I would hesitate is to get into a kind of complicated selection process that may not actually be productive in the long run.
Great. Thank you, Director Gardner. I actually do agree that not to go through a selection process. So actually, to the maker of the motion, Vice Mayor Ortiz, would you be open to adding to your motion to have a resolution then that would incorporate a cap of 4 for the city of Burlingame? I don't particularly want to wait till there's a problem before we look at it. And there may not be a problem, but if there is, to me, once you have the problems, it's a little too late.
Madam Mayor, I think 4 is a reasonable number, and I'd be willing to amend my my motion.
And what about the second? Councilmember Brownrigg, I think you seconded it, correct?
I think, did I do it? Me? So I have a question before I decide whether to go along with that. I hadn't really thought about the mechanics of this. So if it's first come, first served, how do you prevent like a squatter, somebody getting the permit and then reselling it to a legitimate business? Like how do we prevent that from happening?
So the good news is that's built into the ordinance. These are non-transferable, they're revocable. They do not run with the land. They do not run with the interest.
But do they have to show that do they have to prove that they can do this?
They have to prove that they have permission of the landlord to conduct that.
That's not it. It's like the business ability to do it.
I mean, they're going to have to submit their application and we would scrutinize it, but there is the potential that someone who does not have the same business acumen could apply, and 4 of those could apply the first 4 times. And then the person who did have the ability to do it would be the 5th, and they might be phased out. So, I mean, there is that danger, but you can always amend by resolution how many you want to let in. You can't go down. You wouldn't be able to revoke a license if you said 4 is too many. You couldn't go to 3, but you could always go up.
I mean, I don't want to overthink this, but I am a little uncomfortable with this becoming complicated in a way that if you just let the market sort it out, it isn't. I'm not as comfortable putting a cap on in light of that, I have to say. So I will withdraw my second of the motion. I still think the ordinance as a whole is great. It's really just this narrow question of whether to cap the number. Perhaps Councilwoman Colson will have some light to shed.
Councilmember Colson.
So 2 things. One would be, well, there'd be 3. So one could be that the applicant, Michael, would have to demonstrate that they have a lease, and a business plan or something, possibly. Maybe we could set some standards like that. I don't know if this kind of a build out for TIs would have to go through Planning Commission or not, but that's one option. A second would be that we set it at 4. When we get to 4, staff lets the city know, and then we have an opportunity to amend after 4. So we start with 4, and then if they come back to us and say 3 people took out applications, they're not building, we can then revoke and then re-add or, whatever. And then, so that might work as another option. And the third would be just to pass the ordinance as it's laid out today. So we get that passed with direction to staff to come, to look into those questions and concerns and bring it back in 2 weeks for the resolution piece.
So personally, Madam Mayor, I'm comfortable with Councilman Colson's approach where we ask staff to reflect on this and bring back solutions that doesn't hold up the ordinance and leaves to one side how we do the mechanics of this. So I'm not sure if that's a second of the motion anymore. I'm sorry.
Okay. So actually I have a question then for the city attorney. So just because the first 4 come in doesn't necessarily mean if it doesn't meet the criteria that we want, we have to accept it. We can still deny a project.
If they didn't meet the objective criteria, yes.
Correct. So it's not an automatic yes to the first 4.
No, not automatic, yes.
Just like we did tonight.
Yes, and they would have to get a conditional use permit and go through the planning commission.
Right.
And there is quite a process. So I mean, only somewhat serious, I feel, businesses would try to go through that process because it's also expensive. So I think there is some of a fail safe there, but it is true that, I mean, I think there are giants in this game. There's big companies that are the bulk of these sales. And there is a chance that 4 companies could come in before that. And then some of the tax revenue or some of the business opportunities for the city would then go with that because we'd capped it. But again, I'm not too worried about this in the legal sense just because it is by resolution. And if we get there and we come back and we let you know that there's been 4 and they've all been successful and it's not a hindrance to the city, then the council can deliberate and determine whether they want to raise it to 6. So it's not something that I feel too nervous about. I would be nervous capping it at a number lower than 4 though.
Okay, thank you. Vice Mayor Ortiz.
You know what, I think they answered my thoughts, but I was thinking, and I think to Councilmember Brownrigg's concern, if somebody comes in, gets the permit, parks it and doesn't do anything about it and is taking up the room of the one of the 4, we can revoke it after a period of time if they don't start operations. So that's why I'm still comfortable in my motion stance.
Councilmember Coulson.
Thank you. To Councilmember Brownrigg's issue, I would actually be concerned about the opposite happening, which is the big guys that are already established get a hold of the permits and kind of block everybody else out of the market. So I think these are all things that are just really hard for us to anticipate. So I think the way I could support a second on Vice Mayor Ortiz's motion if it included, once we got to 4 applications, we receive an update and then we look at the status, who they were. And then at that point, we can then make a decision to expand more to 6 or to 8 or whatever. So it gives us a check-in point to see how the process is doing. And we look at it like a check-in point, learn what's working and what's not, and we can adjust.
That makes sense.
Well, then that's the one nice thing about the resolution. We can do that. If it was the ordinance, it'd be a much bigger deal to try to reopen that. So back to Councilmember Brownrigg.
I will second. I will re-second the motion with the proviso that we approach it as Councilman Coulson suggests, so that when we hit 4, it becomes a staff report to the council, and we can see if they're performing and if there's more demand, and we can make a judgment at that time based on lived experience. So thank you for that solution. I appreciate it.
And I do apologize. I do want to clarify. It will be a lot simpler for the record if you pass the ordinance as is, but direct staff to come back with a resolution for 4 non-retail storefront delivery stations next week, just because we don't want to deliberate on a resolution that's going to be coming in 2 weeks. So we don't want to act as if we have now done that because it wasn't agendized that way earlier. So if we amended the ordinance today, that could be a motion that we would come back and reintroduce it with the 4 later.
I go back to my original motion.
I apologize.
Make up your mind, would you?
I know. What do you want me to do? I go back to my original motion that is just to wait for the reading and introduce the ordinance.
Yeah, and I second bringing it back on action and looking forward to staff bringing the parallel resolution. Thank you very much for helping us wade through that.
All right, so we have Vice Mayor Ortiz made the motion, seconded by Councilmember Brownrigg. Back to Megan. Can you please do a roll call?
Councilmember Beach,
Yes.
Councilmember Coulson,
Yes, and just a comment to thank interim city attorney Spansdale for navigating those difficult waters in a very gracious way.
Councilmember Brownrigg,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Ortiz,
Yes.
Mayor O'Brien.
Yes. So motion passes 5-0. Thank you all. We made it through. Okay, item number 10, staff reports and communications. Does anyone want to add anything? Okay, if not,
One thing really quick.
Sure.
I did want to report out, and it's in my report. I'm trying to just put links and data and things so you guys have quick reference on where to go for information around Peninsula Clean Energy and other things. But I did want to note that at the RCMP meeting, whatever the Resource Management and Climate Protection Committee meeting that we recently had, BOSQA came in and did have a extensive conversation with us about, I know something Syed, Director Mertuz is working on, which is our water supply plan, long-term 5-year supply plan. So I just want to thank, I think the mayor mentioned she had been discussing that with staff, and just wanted to say that that's sort of bubbling up in the communications around the county. And I look forward to, when we get that report, it'll be helpful.
Thank you, Councilmember Coulson. I just see that Director Mertuzza just came on. Did you want to add anything, Director?
I just wanted to say that staff is working on the urban water management plan, which we will be bringing to City Council in late March, our second meeting in March or the first meeting in April, and then based on that, we will be able to provide comments and provide direction.
Thank you, Director Mertuzza. Future agenda items. Does anyone want to put anything on? Okay, doesn't look like it. Do we have any acknowledgements this evening? All right, so then on that note, meeting is adjourned. Thank you all.